Man, the intro to this game, whoever did the music or the soundtrack, peaked. Peaked. It's so good. I want to sit here and listen to the whole thing again, but I'm not going to. I'm just gonna get right into it. Okay, where did we leave off? It's been a minute. Okay, yeah, I remember now. Okay.
The gate is bound to the pole by a thin steel chain. The gap between leaves little room for passage.
So it's been a kind of a while since well, it's not really been a while. It's more been like a day. But I've seen a lot more, I guess you call it feedback. It's not necessarily feedback. It's more just extreme hate. But I've seen people talk about this game more, and they really, like, really hate the narrator's voice. I know it's like a kind of subjective thing, so for me at least, I really like the voice. I think the narrator did a phenomenal job. But again, that's just like kind of person to person. It's not really. There are people probably say that it is objective and saying that it's a fact that her voice is horrible in this game, but I think she did good. But I wonder if people, I know people didn't get far into it. I think people probably at least played like 20 minutes maybe. Like they played maybe the intro a tiny bit and then stopped. So they probably haven't heard this narrator. I wonder if people would like this narrator more than the other one. I think it's the same person. It sounds like the same person, but they're speaking. Yeah, they're speaking in a different cadence. So I wonder if people would rather want this one. Me personally, I wouldn't mind kind of either way. I do like the more erratic voice, like kind of the more raspier over enunciation of every word voice. Really like her. And I'd kind of like to see kind of them both blend into two. Or blend into one. I both like to see them blend into one. But you can very much tell like this demo's it feels very like a rough draft. It feels very much like a rough draft. Because there's this narrator voice, this is a different narrator's voice. There's some things that are still obviously being worked on, like dialogue wise, with say a voice not saying what's on my screen, or kind of vice versa. So it seems like there's still. In my previous video, I was talking about like with the demo, I thought this game would come out in like a month or two since there was a demo. But now, since there was this feedback, I could see a huge kickback. Honestly, my thought was 5 to 6 months, but now since people really don't like that main voice actor, I don't know if it's solely based upon like actually not liking the voice actor, or if it's kind of a the controversy surrounding this game, because that does play a big role, and people could deny that it doesn't, but it very much does play a role into how you consume this piece of media. I don't know, I think I'd just like to see how people think about it generally, because all I've kind of seen is like, ah, this sucks, without any kind of explanation as to why. Like the only thing for the voice actor I've seen is the voice actor sucks because they sound like a smoker. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, when a game with a game like this, and especially the controversy behind it, something that minuscule, something that small, can definitely play such a huge role into somebody wanting to enjoy this. I think, like, it kind of goes back to what I was saying in my other video, that I think that the hate towards Zom is currently in the wrong place. Like, of course you can, I'm not saying, like, this game has no faults. This game has some very glaring problems, especially in its demo. I mean, the voice acting is like very wishy-washy with like, again, it feels very rough draft. Some things aren't being said, some things are being said. The narrator's voices, I can't tell whether it's intended for them to sound different, or it's kind of just a thing where it's like, okay, this was in the past, and this is kind of how we wanted the narrator to sound, but now this is pushed up more into the present, and we've kind of switched around of how the narrator, how we want her to sound. And then there's kind of the whole like dialogue branch trees with like I've noticed like some typos, some things not fully meaning what they're said, if that makes sense, in the dialogue branches. So obviously there is some things around this game that is like there are some problems. There are some problems, but I do think like due to the controversy around the game that it is slightly blown out of proportion, but not in the way where I think it's unjustified. It's very much justified because of what Zom's done. It's just how people are going about it, I don't understand. I'm not saying it's you're wrong to go in it, flip him the bird and be like, fuck you guys, fuck Zom, fuck everything. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm basically saying kind of the hate is directed towards the wrong people.
You push the gate. The metal creaks, but it doesn't move. It's held fast by a rusty chain.
Yeah, that's extremely different. Like, that's a stark contrast from the other narrator to this one. So I'm wondering if this is like a past thing they were kind of going with the narrator's voice, and then the raspiness is more of the present. I could, I do see them changing because I think it is the same voice actor, so I could kind of see him changing, uh, and completely removing the raspy kind of voice and kind of including this one. Me personally, I very much like the raspier one. It's, for me, it's really cool. But also, I could easily see people would rather having this one over the like that raspy, erratic voice. So I could easily see them changing this around. It might take a while. With the hate that's come with this game I thought would come out in a month or two, and then I played it, and then I was like, oh, okay, there's still like a lot to be worked on. So I was like, okay, maybe like 4 or 5 months. But then I saw all the comments for this game, and I went, oh shit, yeah, this might be next year. I could totally see them fully revisioning a lot of things, specifically the narrator. Either the narrator loses her job, which I don't know how that's a win. Just beat down the little guy versus, the CEOs, investors, and the shareholders. But say they lose their job and then they bring someone in new, or they just do what this is happening, because I think this is the same voice actor, at least it sounds the same, and they just continue to do this. But then I feel like there's no winning. There's no winning with this game. No matter what they do, it will always be a problem. No matter what they do. They could make the greatest game known to man, and it would always be a problem, solely for the fact of Zom's controversy. So even if they do change this voice actor, the next one's going to get the same amount of criticism. They fully revision the game and change a lot of the dialogue, because I've seen the people talking about the dialogue and how it's very word salad like. They completely changed the dialogue, it will still get the same amount of hate. No matter what they've done, they've put themselves on a pike. And they're only slowly inching down lower and lower and lower. They're in like the worst position possible. And it's not even because of the developers, because in my honest opinion, the developers have done really well. I think the voice actors have done well. I think the artists have done well. I think the people who have made the music for this game have done well. I think the programmers have done well. This game is running fucking spotless. No crashes, no frame dips. To be honest, though, I do have a really good PC, so I can't say for others. So I think the developers have done well in making a game. It's just the developer name they're under is just unfortunate. I think if this was a different developer's name, I think people would genuinely think, maybe not, because again, the voice actor, I can't say like I can't talk for anybody and be like, well, the only reason they hate the voice actor is because it's Zom. Like I can't say that, because then I'm just not in the right to say that. But I do think the controversy does play a role into people's opinion on this game. So I do wonder, if this was under a different name, how would the opinions be then? Would people be excited for this? Would people have the same feeling they have now? Would the feedback be more critical rather than belligerent? Because that's how the feedback is. It very much is just, this sucks, Zom sucks, anybody who works in a Zom should go die. Because that's the feedback. Rather than like, oh, okay, this I don't genuinely like, it'd be better if they did this, this, or this. So I wonder if that would change.
We're gonna need tools for this one.
Yeah, it's a little, yeah, it's a lot more different for voice acting.
Rust speckles your fingertips. A system compromised at the subatomic level.
I think both of them are good. I think both. I don't know. I think where I stand, people would genuinely like despise the way I see it is I see artists behind this, and I don't see the shareholders or the investors or the CEO behind this. Like they're not the ones making the game. You know what I mean? It's the people that are putting their blood, sweat, and tears that are making this game and trying their utmost hardest to express themselves in the most artistic way possible. Like me personally, I'm not gonna just sit there and hate on them because I don't see as a reasoning as to why that might solve the situation with the theft of the Disco Elysium IP. I don't think that'll solve anything. If I go into a comment section under some random developer and just call them the worst names I possibly could. Alright. I think kind of how I go about it is I try my best to support the people who were wronged. So like putting money into like Argo Tulix, like fund supporting Summer Eternal by buying their things, checking out. I think Robert and Alexander Rostov have their own company. It's like something red. I've been keeping my eye on that. And that's kind of all I've done for support because Triple X Night Shifts, what they did to Argo Tulix was insane. That didn't even sound real. And then, what's the other one? Hope Town, which has the original Disco Elysium narrator's voice for the final cut. That's how I go about this whole controversy, is just rather support those guys than just blindly spread hate to developers like this. How this game will shape up to be, and this is, I feel like, a 90% chance of how this game will shape up to be, is no matter how good this game is, people will always hold the Zom controversy over it. That's one. Two, people are going to play this game no matter what, but the way that they're going to play this game is by pirating it. And I think there's going to be a big percentage that pirate it rather than buy it. So I'm going to say like 60 to 40%. 60% of people pirate it versus 40% of people buy it. Three are going to see the financial loss of that because a huge amount are going to be pirating it, obviously. You're going to see a huge layoff of all the developers. Most likely either they continue to try and make more games. I see that like as a like maybe at a 20%. Like at a 20% chance they continue to do that. I don't see why, because then the shareholders would actually start to lose money. Right now with this, they probably lost a little bit, not a lot, because Disco Elysium has put so much money in their pocket. And not only that, I highly doubt that they put a lot of money into making this game. I think they went around to try and have it be the cheapest possible. I highly doubt they're like, hey, let's try and make something on the level of Disco Elysium. No, they're probably like, let's throw something out and have it just see where it sits and how people feel about it. And then they're gonna immediately see like, oh, okay, that's how people feel. We're done. And then I think the people who are really going to feel the effects of this are not the shareholders, are not the CEO, not the investors, the developers. The developers are going to lose their jobs, they're going to lose their livelihood, and they're going to have to go find work for a different development team. Even though, from right now, from what I've played from the demo, has been fantastic, in my opinion. I have to say that in my opinion. It's not, I'm not saying that it is, because I know a lot of people don't feel that way. But for me, it's been amazing. I love the art style. I think the writing is definitely not on par with Disco Elysium, not in no way. Nothing will ever get on par with Disco Elysium in any way, even if, like, I don't think people understand that no game will ever touch Disco Elysium that is truly lightning in a bottle. I think even if all the creators came back and they all made another game, even if it was a Disco Elysium 2, Disco Elysium will never be matched. It will be always an unmatched thing that people strive to do, but will never touch the tip of the iceberg of what Disco Elysium is. And the unfortunate part of that is people can't separate Disco Elysium from other things. So when it's not another Disco Elysium, it's just shit. So you're never gonna ever, like, you're never gonna find a game that anybody holds in a high light towards Disco Elysium. The only one that I could kind of see that they won't hold a high regard to it as it being like a disco-like, or it being on par with Disco Elysium, but them being just as a good game in general is this, what's it called? Esoteric Ebb? I think people would genuinely, from what I've seen from that game, looks fantastic, but I don't think any would be like, oh, this is same feeling from Disco Elysium. I think people would just genuinely be happy that that game's out and that it's good. But again, I don't. There's no way anybody. It's because of how special it is to people that people would. To say something is on the match of Disco Elysium, it loses this that feeling, that special feeling of Disco Elysium. So people would rather never give anything the chance. They would just never let the chance of another game being close to what Disco Elysium is because of how special Disco Elysium is to them. And that's fine. I think everybody has that with games. I think everybody has kind of a thing where it's like, nothing will get on this level because it is my favorite. Like, that is my favorite. Nothing will ever get on the level of that. The only thing that could get on the level of that is a completely different game in a different genre. Because I won't be able to link those two. I won't be able to compare those two. And that goes with every genre of game, though. I mean, it's not Disco Elysium that has that. I mean, I play a lot of Souls-like games, and Souls-like is a big... The community for Souls-like games are huge into that, where... Bloodborne is the perfect example of what I'm saying. FromSoft has come out with so many games after Bloodborne and before Bloodborne. And the people who have played Bloodborne and call Bloodborne their favorite game of all time would never ever hold a candle to any other FromSoft game. Bloodborne is a very fantastic game, and it's very good, and like, it's completely fine to say like that's your favorite, and you're completely fine to say that nothing else touches it. But I'm just that's just basically my example of kind of what I was saying. Is that it's like so special to people that if they were to say something was alike to it, it loses that special feeling. And every game, every genre, everything has something like that. So I never understand when people are like, oh, this sucks, this is bad. You'll never be on the level of Bloodborne, and and I'm like, you're not you're not giving it the chance, you know? And even if you are, you're still comparing it to something that you know for a fact will never be something that you can compare it to. That sounds weird, but it makes sense, you know? Completely makes sense. And I understand that, and there's nothing wrong with doing that. I'm not saying like people are inherently wrong when they do that. It makes sense because of how special games are to people, and right moment, right time could just elevate that to a different level. You know, you could be in a very bad spot in your life, and then you could find a game that just completely rewires how you function, and then to try and have that same experience with something else, there would be no way, because it wasn't that time and it wasn't that place. So I think Disco Elysium is something so incredibly beautiful, but also just the biggest double-edged sword I've ever seen for games that strive to be like that. Because Disco Elysium, it's not the first to do it, but it's the first to elevate that level and make that type of game the most fantastic. Like, Torment was heavily inspired. Like, Disco Elysium took that was their inspiration for kind of the isometric RPG that they were trying to make, and Torment was a very fantastic game, but Disco Elysium elevated it to a level that got more people into seeing what a game like that could be. But the problem is Disco Elysium was so good that now when everyone Now when anybody else tries to do what they do, it will never, ever, ever, ever be on the level of it. Disco Elysium will always hold a special spot in people's hearts. I think, like, even with Summer Eternal, which is by Argo Tulik and Dora, they, I think they'll make one of the, they could easily make one of the best games because of kind of what direction they're going in and who they have on their team and how they're talking about what they're trying to do sounds fantastic. But even if that game comes out to be the best thing that has ever been made, and there's not much you can say around it controversy-wise, like you can't hold the same candle you hold with Zom to Summer Eternal, that it will still never touch Disco Elysium. I feel like I've ranted on for this for too long, but I just don't understand. And I'd like for people to like talk about it more rather than just kind of spit. So I'd like to see reasoning as to why people kind of do stuff like this.
Especially good new pieces today.
The old woman flashes you a quick glance before returning to her magazine.
See, this is a big reason why I don't think the game will... It's not coming out for a minute. And I think it's going to get pushed back to even farther back. There's no way it's going to come out this year now with kind of the hate it's been receiving. A subcultural perversion of the humble pamphlet. Abandon your petty subculture literature. I have questions. A lot of people are saying this, which I kind of agree. Where it's like, at first I was like, oh, it's too early, and I still kind of hold that feeling of, I think it's too early to tell. I'm so sorry. I've barely played the game. I've just been yapping this whole time. A lot of people were saying it was kind of this piggybacking off of like the weirdness, eccentricness that Disco Elysium has, especially with like Harry Dubois, and it's saying stuff like this, like abandon your petty subculture literature. I have questions. And at the start, I was like, oh, I don't know Herschel's character, so I can't generally say whether or not that's bad. But the more and more I understand, it's like, I still hold on to that. Because I don't see this at all as something that Harry Dubois would say. To say, in my opinion, to say something like this is what Harry Dubois would say is, I feel like you're belittling Harry Dubois' character a bit. Because Harry Dubois isn't just a dude who's like, that just says this. He doesn't just say this to be weird. Like, when he says something that's in the meaning of like this, it completely fits his character and it fits right into the like story and in the conversation, and it makes completely sense as to why he does it. So it's the saying kind of like, oh, this is just what Harry Dubois would say. They're picking back off of Harry Dubois, and Harry Dubois was just only this very eccentric man who did silly little things and he jumped around like a clown. And I didn't see Harry Dubois like that. It's like when he would do things like this was very special. And with Herschel, I feel like I don't know her character enough to be like, this I understand. Like I could understand her doing this, understand her saying this. I could understand her saying this, or this. But right now, her saying stuff like this, I don't understand. I think I'd have to get more into the game to be like, oh, this is who Herschel is of a character. That's why she perceives stuff like this. Maybe this will make sense in the future. Right now, it's like, I don't know why Herschel's saying this. Or I have the option to say this as Herschel. Because, okay, watch, I'll click it. And yeah, see, it kind of just falls into this.
She angles her magazine away from you protectively.
Come under the name of Pseudopod's purchase order, your double owes this woman a minuscule shipment of socks. It kind of like, they just kind of breeze over this. So I do agree in the fact of, I don't know why they have stuff like this currently. Maybe it makes sense in the future, but as of right now, it's like, why is Herschel saying this? I think a lot of the problems of, they are very quiet in making this game, but also they've been very loud in making it. instead of kind of talking about who Herschel is, they've kind of just thrown you in and said, figure it out, which I like. I like things that kind of do that. But also when you're kind of making a game that's this and it's very heavy in its characters, you kind of have to be like, this is who Herschel is. You kind of have to talk about your main character just a tiny bit more. Because I still don't know who Herschel is.
Stories, articles. Nothing for the interest of yourself.
You spot a flash of light from between the pages before she ruffles them away from you. She's hiding something in there.
Okay, I can't keep talking, but... Okay, stop. Let's just play. Let's just play now.
Quiet, menina. Does Carmuna blurt your business? Who are you, anyway?
She ruffles the magazine angrily, then looks up at something behind you. Fear in her eyes, like you're being watched.
Shh, menina. Keep your voice down. For all we know, he's listening too. We are dealing with an Ariel creep. He's watching the whole bazaar. Carmuna has a mirror in here to watch him in turn.
The woman angles her magazine towards the unfinished pylon, towering at the edge of the market.
Like this. What worked so well with like Harry Dubois' character was he completely lost all his memory. So you're able to kind of like build off of Harry Dubois. So saying things like this, you would kind of be like, okay, this is kind of how he felt. And it sounds completely radical and out of place. But due to his condition, it was like coherent, right? But with Herschel, she didn't lose her memory. She's not in a post-war torn place. The only problem that we know from her was that she screwed up a mission with 6 of her agents, and then they've like kind of disbanded and they've kind of gone their own ways. That's all we know. So saying stuff like this, it's like I mean I can understand she feels guilt and she's depressed of kind of how she handled the situation, but like what else is there to it? Is that all? And then there's this, maybe a scout from an extraterrestrial army. It's like, I don't know, like how would I know that? I think that it strives not from a point of the dialogue being bad, it's from a point of them not explaining who Herschel is. And yeah, I don't think they generally need to explain it. I think they could just go a better way about show, not tell, right? I don't think they need to come out and just be like, okay, this is who Herschel is, this is what Herschel's done. I think they need to have a way of like showing this, showing her doing things like this at the start, so that you could get an understanding of, okay, this is kind of how Herschel kind of acts. And you could easily have something at the start that has that. Like with Harry Dubois, it was so easy. He listened to disco and got drunk so much that he completely lost his memory. He woke up to his ass in the air and his face on the ground, kissing the pavement. Shoe through a window. Place completely wrecked. And there's those hints of like, okay, this guy, he's weird. And he has definitely something going on with his life. With Herschel is she had like this very weird, like can you call it an out-of-body experience? I don't know what you would call it, like a psychosis kind of thing, where she was talking to Pseudopod, even though Pseudopod was in another room listening to something. He's not dead, but I mean he can't move or speak, and then that's it. And you kind of come out and you kind of have this thing, and there's nothing to her that's weird, at least from the start, or it's something that gives the right to say something like this. I mean, they easily could have just went out. I give them props for doing something like that rather than just doing like, okay, she has amnesia just like Harry Dubois, and she's an alcoholic just like Harry Dubois, and she's on the drugs just like Harry Dubois. So that's why we could just throw this stuff in there, and then that makes sense. But they didn't do that. They kind of went away of being like, they they push that away. They're like, we don't want to just make another, and that's what that's like the biggest plus I could give this game is that it has the things of Disco Elysium, where it's like this type of text dialogue and branch, right? Where it's scrolling, you have your 1, 2, 3, 4, you have your like thought cabinet, but besides that, it's different. And you can't say like, well, it's isometric. Like there are isometric games, there are isometric RPGs, so Disco Elysium's not the first to do it. The art style is vastly different. The map design, like the story is different. The main character has things like this, but again, I just don't know her. I don't think I know her enough to understand as to why she might say something like this. I can understand this. This I don't know.
Don't be so naive. All sorts of bad types around these days. Bazaar isn't what it was.
Used to give him what for whenever we made eye contact, but he was unmoved for very... Wait, what? Used to give him what for whenever we made eye contact, but he was unmoved. Very suspicious. Yeah, see, there's no way this game comes out.
He is creeping, keeping watch on behalf of Polaris Nozu.
This still feels
Monitoring our
very rough
ways,
draft.
is spying our comings and goings.
Unless this is like a very early build, which most likely it is because it's just the demo. So they just kind of threw together a very early build and then threw it out.
Be careful, Menina. Don't mention Carmuna. Go through that gate just south of here and keep going down. You'll get to him.
Yeah, again, like look at this. They really, if they want even the slightest of chance, they really have to iron out things like this. They can't have, again, they've set themselves in the worst possible position. They cannot have a singular thing be wrong. They can't have one bug, they can't have one typo, they can't have one pixel misplaced on the screen. They have to be extremely perfect with the release of this game if they even want the tiniest of people to buy it.
You're working with that nice boy?
Her lips shrivel and her eyebrows descend, conforming into a mass of puckered disbelief at the center of her face.
But he was dressed so nicely, standing so straightly, polite to Carmuna. And Carmuna thinking that there might be hope for us in the superblock.
Which means we don't look like history set sail to fucking island and left us standing on the shore wondering what happened.
Uncow yourself. Flaunt your fine communist spinal column.
I think what they should do with this is, as of right now, these have no variety. Definitely further and further I get into the game, I won't know who's talking. And to kind of save that, I would say they should do one of two things. They should solely keep that like raspiness voice for like statehood, which they already kind of have. And then they should have not different voice actors, because that would be a lot. But what they could do is just get the main voice actor to speak a different cadence, speak either slower or faster, quieter or louder for each one, so that it gives them a little bit more volume. And not just kind of, okay, pink, you click it, okay, okay, Doppelgang is talking. Rather, it's like you see the pink thing, you're like, oh, who's gonna talk here? You click it, and just from the sound, you go, oh, okay, it's statehood. Or, okay, it's Doppelgang. Okay, it's cold read. That's what Disco Elysium does so well, is that you could close your eyes, and you could click something, and from how they say a certain word, or how they present themselves, or how they speak, like, you could easily tell the difference from Shivers and Drama, or Encyclopedia and Island Empire. You know what I mean? You could tell the difference from Statehood and Doppelgang, but if you were to try and tell the difference from Doppelgang and Cold Read, you wouldn't know.
What trouble? There was no trouble with him. It's his first time out of the super block, you know. You should take him to see some sights.
The nice boy had never seen an aerotram before, say they were the most beautiful thing in the world. Then couldn't help himself but say, must be a nightmare for the zoning division. How Carmona laughed. A soft click as he places his briefcase on the cobblestone. Stops to clean his glasses, he replaces them. Looking up at the aerotrams and the birds circling beneath, he smiles. Like, this makes... Like, I like when this is in the dialogue trees. The branches. I like this a lot, because this makes a lot of sense. Of her constantly kind of guilt-tripping herself, of being like, I should have done more, or I should have tried connecting more with them. Because of what's happened to her in the past. So this, whenever time I see something like this, complete sense. This or this, complete sense.
He's probably avoiding you. Doesn't want you arming his sails, yes?
Her kind of constantly thinking like fate is not on her side. It's constantly against her.
Carmona will tell you all about your nice boy when you get back from the Ariel Creep.
Kamuna sees this magazine. She looks sideways at the disc, shakes her head. It's a disc. That's the stall owner with the disc, not the stall owner with the clothes, yes?
Take a look through the rack to my left. No lice, no rips, no patches. No time for chitter-chat, menina.
She focuses on the mirror in her magazine. Unperturbable.
A row of mismatched clothing on wire hangers. You approach Carmona's rack of clothing, protected from the elements by a clear plastic sheet. No two pieces are alike. This is another thing that I think like separates itself from Disco Elysium, is the wording here. In Disco Elysium, it'd more be like approaching Carmona's rack of the clothing, you see da 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 da. Versus it's like this one very much kind of insinuates, like this one feels more game-like. Like it feels more tabletop. Where it's like you approach Carmona's rack of clothing, protected from the elements by a clear plastic sheet. Versus Disco Elysium's again, it's like, does that make sense? Hopefully I'm like making sense with that. Like approaching Carmona's rack of clothing, you see them protected from the elements by a clear plastic sheet. No two pieces are alike. Like, do you see like the difference in something like that? And I think Disco Elysium is that way. Well, versus this one is very tabletop. It's very much like you're in a game. Which I think fits because you're a spy. Like, this whole game has been constantly... What I really like about this game is they really went... Like, they've doubled down with the spy thing. Watch, let's go to our inventory. With a spy, obviously, you take and you're constantly changing how you act and who you are as a person. And they've built that into the UI with stuff like this, where it's like a collage and like it's very scrapbooky, right? You would take things from a magazine and then you'd place it. And that's very, very, very spy-like, of taking things from around you, putting it on you, and trying the best to be a different person. Zero Parades has done a fantastic job of kind of showing that. Like, it not only is it in this, you know, this whole scrapbooky thing of like taking clothing, having it like this, where it's obviously a cutout. But you go to the map, and there's this map, but then you go to the next one, and then there's this one. Instead of it all being one style, it's a different style every time. It's the most... I think that is very, 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 very smart. And I think that's why they kind of take this approach with the writing. Is they want you to kind of be in that feeling of... Like how Herschel is. Like how it would be to a spy. Like you're constantly thinking about how you're moving, how you're talking, how you're breathing, blinking, how you're dressed, you know? And as a spy, you kind of have to do that, where it's, you have to separate who you are as a person and kind of see it from a top down. Unless I'm reading way too much into it, right? Which I could be. Honestly, could be. I think doing this approach is cool. Fashion has a short memory. Anything worn long enough to have been faked is already ancient.
The racks sway. Asymmetrical coats, sleeveless tunics, jumpsuits, bootleg designs for foreign purposes.
Yeah, again, I think it's the same voice actor, but that was way off from what was said here. So I'm wondering which one's the rough draft of like kind of the cadence of how the narrator speaks, and which one's the finalized product. I hope neither one is the finalized one. I hope they just, again, they mesh into this one beautiful thing. Kind of cool, but is that all you are, Cascade? Kind of cool. You're special and you know it. You deserve an outfit that tells everybody else that you know it, too. An extra special girl will not have to ask Menina. She'll be able to see the right thing for herself. You'll show her. Search harder, search better. Attention-seeking fashion does not befit an operant, Cascade. You see? I like that, I like that, I like that, I like that. Where it's like, you see a little bit of her, but then immediately it snaps back into like, you have a job. And you could see that in the writing of being like, it's never having Cascade in the position of what is going on. It's more of like Cascade sitting on the outside saying what might go on. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. Also, I have to get 2 5s here. Yeah, surely we get that. Surely we get that. I mean, it is a white check, so we could just do it. Should I exert myself, though? All it does is turn into a 35% chance, and I still have to roll 2 5s. I've already gotten a double 6 in this game, like early on, like 30 minutes in. So, maybe I just roll that again? Screw it, who cares, who cares? It's a 4, a 6. Oh my fucking...
You let your eyes wander up and down the rack, aimless until they alight upon a post-white jacket, despoiled by an array of multicolored stains. Smells like perfume, tequila, cigarettes. You slip it on and try to smooth down its firm edge. Your fingers come away with a coating of white powder.
Oh man, please, 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 do not. I could totally see Zom just completely throwing away that raspiness. Please leave it in the game. Keep it like solely for like statehood or something. Keep it for solely like a skill trait. Like another, again, I'm going into the whole spy thing. These aren't like very much personality traits like how Disco Elysium has. Like Disco Elysium's personality traits. This, since she's a spy, it's like skill traits. Not these, but the like this. And I think they did a really, 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 really good job of that. The only like things I would say that are bad are, again, you can't differentiate which one is talking half the time. So they need to have like give it a little bit more personality in each one. And the dice, they're kind of like dice, but the icons for them, they're kind of growing on me. They're kind of cool, but also I think I don't know how I don't know, because I wouldn't want it to just be like a portrait like how Disco Elysium has it, where yeah, I don't want it to have where it's like Disco Elysium's personality portraits, because that would just be the most one-to-one copy ever. So I'm glad that they went their own way about it. But I don't know if there would be another way of it looking like, how would you make this look better? I think for what it is, it's not bad, but it's not special. I could kind of see the way they were going about it, since it's like a dice. It's kind of like, maybe this is how they're going about it, but it's like a dice, so it's like a roll of luck, and it's kind of like a game you're playing with these skills. So every time, like the reason they look like sides of a die is because you're rolling these skills in hopes of them successing or failing. Like if they fail, that sucks, but does that make sense? I think that's the way they went with why these icons look this way. Maybe not. Maybe I'm, again, looking into it too much. Most likely. Because not all of them look like this. Like some of them don't even have sides. Like can I go to my? It's not conditioning. Yeah, let's just go here. So yeah, not all of them are like sides of a die. All right, it's just these ones. But these are like very different. These are also very different. They're kind of like, now that I think about it, they're kind of like pins. Like pins you would get, like kind of how like a service does in any type of government military. Where you'd get a pin for a certain thing you would do. They kind of look like pins. So I'm wondering if that's kind of what they were going for. Since she's an operant, if you do a successful job, maybe you could get a pin. Because that's how every military works, based on what you've done. Like you could get. Well, I'm not going to explain that. People know about that. People know about that. I'm not going to explain it, but maybe it's like that. Maybe it's trying to be like pins. And since they're skills, that makes sense. That makes more sense. I don't think I need to explain the rest of that. If it's pins and they're skills, that makes sense.
Bitter. Numbing.
Your eyes guided you to a real garment there, Menina. You could pass for one of those Lusian pop stars in that coat. She is a very, like, very, very, very sexual person. Like, extremely. And this game is very sexual. Like, extremely, extremely sexual. There's a, telephone that's to my left that goes down more of the boardwalk that is a strict like sex hotline, and she could play into it. And then to my right is a guy with like they're not dreads, I think they're like locks, but there's a guy there, and she even is like she wants to pounce on that. That's all I'm gonna that's all I'm gonna say. But so I've noticed she is very she's out there. So saying something like this doesn't mean like it's not out of character for right now at least. And also it immediately, like at the start of the game, it immediately like pinpointed you to be like they immediately got onto the topic of sexuality with Herschel. Her folder had, what was it, like homosexual tendencies unconfirmed or something like that, and you could either confirm it or unconfirm it. So it immediately kind of threw that into that thing, which is going to sound crazy. Makes sense because once technology gets to a certain thing, there's no way stuff like that doesn't just dwindle down. I think it gets more and more advanced. Like a good pinpoint that is like with like Cyberpunk. Once you give more tools to elevate that, it doesn't just dwindle down. People aren't just going to be like, well, actually, I'm just going to stay low to the ground with what that is. Usually it gets pushed to a level of absurdity. And the technology in this game with kind of the phone being insane, the red disc being in the same, very much makes sense as to why everybody here is kind of like that, especially with the sex hotline. That makes sense.
Carmuna smells no ores. Carmuna does not know what ores smells like. 30 sol.
30?
And Carmuna is short on patience. But she will set this aside for you.
Thank you,
Come
Carmina.
back with sol. It will wait.
Can I see what it looks
Hangers
like?
scrape against metal as you thumb through the racks. Foreign material shifts under your fingers, cool and unfamiliar.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, they definitely should do this. I think people would like this narration voice way, 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 way more than the other one. Because all I've seen for the other voice actor was like, it sounds like a smoker. Her voice is too raspy. It's shit. That's all I've seen. So I wonder with this one, would they change their mind on that? Would they be like, okay, this one's better? Or due to the controversy, would they be like, nah, this shit's still ass? Most likely that one. Most likely the latter there. But I think that would be way, in my opinion, way better if this is the narrator's voice. Like, don't get me wrong, I love the other narrator with the raspiness and the over enunciations of words. Oh my, it's perfect. I love it. But I think since it's so special and different, it should be solely put for things like the person, or not the person, the skill traits. So it should be solely for like a certain skill trait, or maybe for like 2 skill traits, or like a skill branch. So when you see that branch pop up, like a, say, yellow, since it's statehood, since you see yellow, you immediately go, okay, I know who will be talking. You know what I mean? And then they keep this for the, they could keep this since it's so like, it's not like wispy, but it's like quiet and calm. They could do for delirium, or or not delirium, but the this one, faculty of intellect. They could do it for this because it's how she speaks, very poetic, like soft, slow, and then deductive reasonings. It's like how she speaks is very rational. So I think they should save that kind of cadence for this line of tree. Yellow one is for that like erratic raspiness. And then for this one, I don't know. This one, I don't know at all. Also, what was that? Pre-loved cocaine. Oh, it gives me a plus. That's sick. Because I sniffed it. Is this the coat? Yeah, it is. Oh, you could see it. That's nice. Those cowboy boots are sick. I want to be able to buy this coat before the game ends. It's 30. I don't know if you could. Maybe you could get money.
Keep looking. You'll find something.
You turn away from the rack.
Maybe you could get more money. Hopefully. Who should we go talk to now? Carmuna was cool. Maylene. Maylene is currently my favorite character out of them all. We could talk to these kids. The phosphorus glow of a Lumisol Elite. I didn't get to read that. 82 something something something. Hopefully they make those last a bit longer. I couldn't read that fully that fast. Which kid should we talk to though? Transfixed child. She's going to melt his head. The girl leans closer to the television set.
On the TV, a giant wolf-like creature stands up on its hind legs and howls. Its fur bristles gold. Dangerous, mythical, electrifying. No wonder the kids are watching this.
That's why I like it so much, man. It adds so much. I love that voice. I love that voice. Hopefully they don't just scrap it. Most likely they will due to the like complete backlash it got. And they'll just kind of scrap that and do something else.
Suddenly, the beast roars and light floods the screen. It's followed by a wet, pulpous sound. An acceptable mimicry of a skull liquefying under extreme thermal stress.
The static wolf is awake. The boy grins at the television, gripping the toy sword on his belt a little tighter.
LED lights are distributed evenly along the blade. Durable PVC hilt with textured grip. Impressive armament.
It's from the best show ever. 66 wolves. They make it in La Luz.
La Luz, once a powerful empire, now reconstituted as a modern techno-fascist state. The rising military and cultural power of the day.
What is 66 wolves about? It's about a girl who has 66 chambers in her heart, and each one contains a wolf. And the wolves come out to make war with the angels, because they want to take over the world. And the wolves have sick weapons and whirlpool attacks. He gestures at his sword. This is Tyrant's wolf, Flaming Claymore. Yeah, he smiles. My auntie brought it back with her from a trip.
Auntie going on trips to La Luz. Must be a high flyer. Rare in Portofino.
Do your friends also like 66 wolves? Everyone loves it. Some of the grown-ups like it, even though it's a cartoon.
Notice that the broadcast is in Mercian, not Lusian. Dubbed for a foreign audience. Troubling. Especially if Lusian cultural exports are what they primarily consume.
Don't tell that to the music man. He hates it. He casts a glance at a nearby stall. Him. He points to a nearby stall where a bespectacled man dutifully cleans a disc.
A man of strong opinion that he's not afraid to shout about, even to children.
Well, maybe he should stop then. He says he won't sell the music disc because it would poison our brain with sonic excrements. Well, maybe, he frowns, but it won't change his mind because he's a loser. I don't know any. He turns to the girl. Do you know any, maybe? Wait, I remember those. From when I was little, there was one with puppets arguing a lot, and another with a green cat who was also a thief to help people.
Neither sounds terribly enticing.
They looked old and ugly. Mom said she watched them as a kid too. She points to the TV. This is so much better. Death to puppets. He grips the hilt of his sword. It's a place where they make all the cool stuff. It's not like here. She leans closer as if sharing a secret with you. I bet they even have flying tuk-tuks.
Ridiculous. These wobbling open chassis abominations can barely function on solid ground.
And also we have cousins over there. He turns to his sister.
Some Portaferans refer to Lusians as strange cousins, a nod to this island's colonial past.
We don't really know them. She scratches the side of her nose. I talked to one once on the phone. I asked Mom if they could come over one day, and she said it's hard because La Luz is so far. Shouldn't watch this, I bet it's propaganda. I don't think they shouldn't watch it because it's propaganda. Did we not just hear this man's liquefying of a skull? What's that? She frowns.
Perhaps you should let children be children.
Okay, we can just talk about the wolves some more. Are there a lot of 66 Wolves products out there? So many. There's the weapons, the action figures, and the t-shirts, and stickers, and backpacks. He hesitates, gripping his little finger.
Trying not to lose count of all the cool stuff he doesn't have.
But the best are the drinking cups. Everyone wants those. They're big, and each one looks like one of the 66 wolves. She looks wistfully towards the stalls, but you can't buy them anymore. Because no one has any. She points to the docks. The boat people brought some cups once. But then the adults went crazy and bought them all. What about bootlegs? The toy stall had some. Her shoulders slumped, but no one wanted those because they were so ugly. The wolves looked like all melted.
Assuming these cups do resemble cartoon wolves, you'd need 5-axis milling machines, injection presses, stress testing labs, and climate-controlled environments to manufacture them.
It seems like they have a really understanding of Technoflex. Technoflex, every time Technoflex like pops up, there's voice acting for it. So I think they have a set understanding of what they want Technoflex to do, since they already have full voice acting for it. How many of them are there? How many of them are there? 66. He narrows his eyes, like the wolves. There's no way there's 66. We've only seen the ones from the Redemption arc. All the others you can only get in the Luz, I'm pretty sure. The Redemption arc has 6 cups. He spreads out 5 fingers. There's Tyrant Wolf, Placid Wolf, Dream Wolf, Critical Wolf, Stubborn Wolf, and Eager Wolf. Alright, he looks at you perplexed, so what now? I think I already said this. Well, you know what? Her mouth opens wide. Yeah, I already said this. Well, I didn't say this, but they've told me about it, which doesn't make sense. The 60 Wolves is the best show ever. It's good that you know it. Yeah, and it's from La Luz.
The words La Luz make your shoulders close in, as if bracing for a hit. Oust the names of these grotesque fascist animals. Speak to them of the people's heroes.
Is it another cartoon?
Recite unto them the tale of the end of history, and the triumph of post-historical materialism.
It does, generally, it does make sense why she's so political, because she's a spy. I mean, it wouldn't make sense for a spy not to be political, especially in the fact of who they're, like, basically fighting for. So it makes sense why she's so political. Once upon a time in the Supreme Union of People's Republics, actually nothing is cooler than these wolves. They're the future. Yeah. One day we'll all be wolves.
Child wolf hybrids have no place in the workers' paradise.
Lulu told you everything. We can tell you everything about these wolves, so you can just ask, okay? I'm not gonna ask to have a sword. You can ask us about whatever. Remember what Mom said? The girl scans the bazaar, then nods. Okay, you can ask some stuff, because there's people around and I could scream real loud.
It's been years since you interacted with children, so a reminder. Be nice. Be normal. The girl's instincts are commendable. The boy's a disaster in waiting.
I don't know what that means. It better not be bad. I don't trust you. She bobs her head, determined. What are your questions? Where are your parents? Mom's at home. We live on a boat. What about your dad? We don't know him. Mom didn't have fun with him, but that's when I was really little, so I don't remember. At least you have your mom. Yeah, mom is all we need. She's awesome. Why aren't you at school? Why aren't you at... Okay. Damn! Just immediately clap back.
Flung without thinking. She's been asked the question more than once.
I'm working right now, asking questions. That's not a job. There's no school today or tomorrow. She crosses her arms. No school for 2 more weeks. Yay. How come? That's how it is now. We have 2 weeks of school, then 2 weeks of nothing. Antonio's mom said it's because foreign politicians. His nose wrinkles in thought. He's my friend. He lives on another houseboat.
Portofiero's rampant privatization has hit its public infrastructures too.
It's like at other schools. Antonio's school doesn't open anymore. He's so lucky. I wish I was like that. Don't say that. Her lips pressed into a colorless line. Mom said we might go to the one in the sunset, but she didn't seem sure.
A bourgeois district in the northern parts of Portofiero. You picture a woman going over her expenses, over and over, hoping to make the numbers fit.
How long has it been like this? Since a small frown creeps in. 2 years. I remember because I helped Arlo with the alphabet. Damn, I almost couldn't say that for a second. Shut up, I knew the letters already. But it was only 1 day a week at the first. But it was only 1 day a week at first. And then our teacher said she had to help other schools. So now it's like this.
An eternal underclass is being manufactured before your very eyes.
No, we do loads of stuff, like watch TV, and sometimes I go to the canal with Antonia and the others. We have homework, I make sure he does his. She looks towards some distant point, but it's not the same. Your school needs a way to make money, the fix is obvious. Yes, student memberships. Start gathering friends and rocks, you need to take it back yourselves. Sounds like Porphyria lacks a strong hand to hammer you kids into something useful. Nah. That's really nice. She clenches her fist. Maybe it'll be okay. I don't want to think about dumb school anymore. Can we talk about anything else? You see anyone around? The music man wears glasses and sometimes double glasses. Looks dumb. She doesn't mean him. He's been here since forever. The girl shakes her head, and he doesn't wear suits.
Yeah, they have no idea.
Odd? Like, how odd?
Brains lie, guts don't.
She scans her surroundings. We know Mylene's dad is missing. She's been really worried.
So you heard. Perhaps they can confirm the woman's story.
He disappeared because the phone ate him. She didn't say the phone ate him, but why else would her dad disappear? Did Myelene show you his picture too? You know what her dad looks like because he's been here before. She shuffles her feet. But she's been showing everyone else just in case.
The vendor's concern is genuine then.
Are you going to find her dad? Fathers are optional. Well, as long as it helps Myelene, I guess that's fine. Can we talk about less sad stuff now? You can ask... Oh, we could ask more about the 60... I'm actually very interested in the 66 wolves. This sounds sick as hell. Tell me about the girl whose heart is full of wolves. The angel Canopus cursed her before she was even born because of her mom. It was vengeance, the girl says knowingly. So now she's getting vengeance on the angel? No, now she serves Canopus in her war against the other angels. There's Deneb and Polaris. And Razaleg? Hopefully I said that right. Razaleg is gay. He's the gay angel. See, they were really on to the sexuality thing. Shut up, I like him, and that's not how angels work. Unless they used the word gay in like a like that's dumb kind of thing. How people use it nowadays. What's so special about these wolves? They all have their own powers. Who's the strongest wolf? Ultima Wolf. But Ultima Wolf only appears when times are most dire. The girl nods.
Your tongue runs along the familiar edges of your canines. Inner wolf, hidden wolf.
So is the one who saves everybody. That's lame. Ultima should always be around. Is it dire now, kids? Nah, it's alright. What's the scariest wolf? Grieving wolf. When she plays her harp, even the angels cry. Oh, my dog's barking at a... barking at a mailman. She also ate Nabia's sister while they were all locked inside Nabia's heart. The girl has wolves and her sister in her own heart. Not just her sister, all the people she loves are trapped in there forever. That's how Canopus' curse works. This is like the coolest... It sounds like the coolest cartoon ever, what the hell? Zealous Wolf. He destroyed the moon with his gunhammer. Gunhammer? Wolves? Gunhammer? Are they talking about Bloodborne? His gunhammer was forged by the Elder Wolves.
Spoken like one who
Elders?
spent his whole life around gun hammers.
Why would he do that to the moon? He also blew up an ocean, but they only showed that once because of the seizures. Yeah, he did to get back at the Polaris. That's his mom. Wait, so angels can give birth to wolves? Zealous Wolf is the only part wolf. That's why he has wings. Polaris forced him to join her order of dark seraphims. She's too strong to fight, so Zealous Wolf tricked her instead. Hopefully I said that right. You can't be an angel if you do a stellar sin. So, whoosh. He points an imaginary weapon at the sky. Do they like Zealous Wolf? Don't talk to him. They like the moon more. How do you keep track of all these wolves? It's easy, you just have to memorize their names. He taps the side of his head. I did. He remembered 66 names? Right? It's 66? Oh my god. Zealous Wolf, Tyrant Wolf, Raging Wolf, Reviled Wolf, Stoic Wolf, Fear Wolf, Pity Wolf, Yearning Wolf, Sensitive Wolf, Hysteric Wolf, Ecstatic Wolf, Passion Wolf, Tender Wolf, Sorrow Wolf, Insecure Wolf, and Grateful Wolf. Seething Wolf. Oh my god, I'm so fucked. Seething Wolf, Cycle Wolf, Gentle Wolf, Numb Wolf, Bitter Wolf, Lustful Wolf, Loathing Wolf, Modest Wolf, Sanguine Wolf, Grieving Wolf, Ultimate Wolf, Greedy Wolf, Guilty Wolf. So it's kind of a play. I see what they're saying. Dream Wolf, Deceptic Wolf, Wary Wolf, Wrath Wolf, Cunning Wolf, Trickster Wolf, Placid Wolf. Didn't he say Placid Wolf? No. He said that a while ago. Eager Wolf, Nostalgic Wolf, Dread Wolf, Jealous Wolf. Venturous Wolf, Stubborn Wolf, Obsessive Wolf, Hasty Wolf, Forlorn Wolf, Mournful Wolf, Vain Wolf, Reverent Wolf, Wicked Wolf. There's more. Oh my god. Shy Wolf, Jubilant Wolf, Celibate Wolf, Sycophant Wolf, Furtive Wolf, Comfortless Wolf, Serene Wolf, Critical Wolf, Vindictive Wolf, and Unyielding Wolf. Is that it?
He's missing a few.
Oh, and he's missing a few. That's only 59 by my count. Well, because some of the wolves haven't awakened yet, so we don't know their names. He nods. They're probably super powerful.
And yet he claimed to know them all. Did he not?
59 is insane. I'm not going to shit on this kid for not knowing 59. Thanks. He beams revealing a gap tooth.
Repository updated. All listed wolves have been memorized.
This is cool. That was cool. I liked that a lot. This was a really... It's very subtle, but this was cool. I liked this. A powerful addition to my cultural arsenal. Can't wait to tell Melita about this.
Surely your controller will be overjoyed about this top-grade, ground-level information.
Do you have any other wolf questions? I'm not going to ask for the list again. And this girl commands these wolves? Not really. They only come out when she gets in trouble. Or when they get hungry. If she doesn't feed them, they try to devour her heart. Is this like kind of a play on...
The phantom weight presses on your chest as you picture
Yeah.
this girl, waking up each day to a world of wolves and monstrous angels.
Yeah, okay. I don't think I need to explain that. So the wolves are her friends. Sounds like these wolves cannot and should not be trusted. Would you say wolves are her... Yeah, see? Her ass? Yeah. The angels are kind of the government she works for. The wolves are her assets, and she's Nabia. So the wolves are her friends. Are her assets her friends? Your friends want to devour your heart? Yeah, see? They wouldn't be able to stomach it. I hope not, but it might be too late. I wouldn't blame them if they did. Yeah. Oh, that's peachy. That's nice. See, that's why I don't... Like... I don't think the writing, it will never be on the, nothing will ever be on the level of Disco Elysium, but I don't think this is horrible. I think this is pretty intriguing and cool. Doing stuff like this. I think this is good. At least this, let me say this again, this dialogue branch was good. I can't say that for the rest of the game. Because again, this is the demo. The demo could be phenomenal. The rest of the game could be the worst thing you've ever seen in your life. It could easily happen. Wouldn't blame them if they did. My friends are nice. She turns back to the TV. Can she get rid of the wolves? No. Then her heart would be empty. And the story would be over. Dude, this... Okay, this is my favorite dialogue currently. I love Mylene and her character. I think Mylene's still my favorite. But I think once this gets fully fleshed out with voice acting, this will be amazing. Does your mom know you're watching this? Mom says it's good we spend time outside. That's not what she meant. Actually, let's ask him about the sword. My sword? He clutches it hard, but it's my sword. I need it. Okay, we're not.
Let's be logical. Whoever needs it more, you, obviously, should have it.
We're not taking this little kid's sword.
Why would you take this from him? He clearly treasures the toy.
For fighting angels and other monsters. He grips the sword even tighter. They're big. I don't want to take it from this guy. And I don't also want to say angels aren't real. That's fucked. Oh my, these are both horrible answers. I regret my decision. Let me go back. You don't know that. Her aunt got it for him for his birthday. Can't just give it to you. The girl stares you down. If you want it, then it has to be fair with honor. Makes you think you have a say. Alright, I'm listening. When Dreadwolf met with the legendary smith Kuro of the Grey Fang tribe, Dreadwolf didn't have a coin. So she traded her even-tied pendant that she had since she was a pup. So Kuro would make her a dagger. The phantasmal stiletto, he nods, it's so sick. So you have to offer something big or else it's not fair, and he keeps the sword. Weave a tale worthy of the sword? I would like to hear the tale, but I don't want to take the kid's sword. Yeah, I don't want to take the kid's sword, but I would like to hear what she says, because it's most likely about her. Like, I'll get to learn more about how she feels, and be able to understand her character more. I think we'll come back to this. I think this will be the last thing we do.
The children ignore you, entranced by the television.
We'll come back and do that. There's a ball here. Let's go check out what's over here. A sign warning the sale of contraband is punishable by law. Look how lively this place is. It's such a different world than Disco Elysium. An open beer, cold and inviting, has been left on the table. Because it's like, this is before. Disco Elysium is a post-war torn city with Revachol. This feels like the before of something kind of that. Right at the bubbling point of something kind of going down. Like everything seems fine on the outside, but once you look in, it is a disgusting brewing pot of poison, fire, and shit. Mad for fried mantis strip, fat, crisp, begging to be devoured. And it seems like there's just a tipping point for where it all falls over, and then you get not necessarily like a Revachol, but because that's post-war, but you would see the start of a war. Already talked to that. Already talked to Maylene. Talk to the kids. Should we go mess with that door now? Let's go mess with that door now.
The fire exit stands conspicuously ajar. Someone has wedged it open with a ball. Wrong. Ball wants to play, not wedge. Nobody is paying any particular attention to the door, or seems close enough to care. Suspiciously nonchalant. They're just going about their days.
I'm hearing a lot more of this, scrolls. So I'm guessing this might be the final. Yeah, I think this might be the finalized narrative voice, because I'm hearing more of this than I am hearing the Raspian one. It's kind of now being blown out of proportion then, because this does very much seem like the final narrator's voice, not the raspy one. We'll see though. Again, I think I'm definitely in the minority when I say that. I do hope that they still keep that raspiness in, just put it on a certain skill. I think it's cool. I think it's like generally cool. I think the reason why people may not like it a lot is because it's constant versus if it was like Shivers. Shivers is completely different. I wouldn't mind hearing Shivers constantly, and I wouldn't mind hearing the raspiness either, but I think with people, if they only heard Shivers, they would be fine, but if they only heard the raspiness one, they would be like, no. But what makes Shivers like even more special than what it is because it's set to a certain skill, and when that skill pops up, it's like you immediately shut up and you put your head down and you go, okay, Shivers is talking. And if they have that with a different skill where it's like raspiness talks, it'd put more weight onto that rather than just continuously hearing it.
It's a pelota ball, the local variation of handball. Pelota balls are not designed for use as doorstops. Someone has elevated this ball to contraption status. An affront to workers' safety. Confine it to the gulag of the pocket.
Okay, that was completely different here. The ball is a mere pawn in something much larger. Just know that the ball does whatever must be done. Consequences be damned. The ball is more. It's a mere object. It cares neither for purpose nor shape.
It's just a ball in a door. A hallway. It's just a fire exit.
The dark hallway at the opposite end, you can make out the bottom of a metal staircase.
A fine place to hide in a moment of crisis. Marked and remembered. No, it's a trap. Must be destroyed.
I'm gonna enter it. You emerge into the rusted insides of a deceased mechanical beast. The only light comes dimly from above a set of steel stairs, which you alight carefully, gripping the cold railing. Oh, you can't go in?
The fire exit remains ajar, ball wedged into the crack.
Open the door and use the scarce moonlight to climb the stairs once again. Okay, yeah, you can't go in. So the demo is just not allowing that. The discs are a jumble of unheard artists, well picked over for more popular acts. Aw, damn it. Illegal repeater stations hidden somewhere in the city keep this TV playing Legion music videos 24/7. Mattress behind the music stall, the owner lives here. Should we talk to this guy right now? Should we keep going? As for box lesson, protein powder clustered together for safety.
Off-brand drivers, cheap plastic housing.
The man gazes down at a crate of cartridges discs. Eyes thin, lips drawn. Our cartridge. The box of little nemesis, he's outnumbered. Veins rise like old roots beneath his thin skin.
Mass-produced excrement. These animals pleasure themselves in it.
He turns to you, shaking his head.
Collectors, art students, tourists, tote bag owners, the whole dim herd. You see this? Each one guaranteed for 10,000 replays. Obscene.
No one will ever get it the way he does. 72%?
No. I'm talking about cultural ephemera.
Ah, culture, your specialty, I'm guessing. Gesture around his media stall.
Speciality. Burden. As you can see, I spend my days backed into a corner, hopelessly outnumbered by the dead-eyed horde, dreaming of format-assisted auto-annihilation.
Once I learned how developers use rain, I can't like see it in a different way anymore. Because I would say like 90% of developers, when there is rain in the game, usually it's just a filter on the player screen. It's not actually in-game rain because of how demanding that would be. So now when now when there's rain, I could only see this. Capital beats down another one. What a joy it is to be unregulated. 83%. Just as long as it's not 2 ones. Nice. Elitists like this come in 2 varieties, audiophile or cultural nostalgic. This man is definitely the latter. It's not actually about the formats themselves, it's about what they promise and what they represent.
That's right.
Little light ignites in the back of his pupils. Once the format becomes disposable, so does the content, both symptoms of widespread decay.
Imaginative faculties dulled by senseless repetition.
Most people can't tell the difference between a base pleasure and a higher one.
Forgive me, friend. I'd mistaken you for a common replayer.
This is the highest compliment he's paid to anyone in months, maybe years. First obstacle avoided in what is evidently a labyrinth of personal ethics.
Too much to ask, I expect, that you're a fellow Einzeltone aficionado?
Defender glances at you, daring to hope. Isolotone. No entries found, and no point trying to pretend.
One of a fast-fading few. Go ahead, browse away. My name's Petre. If you need anything, I'll be here, lamenting what's left of the culture.
That's for the
The
colleague.
vendor's eyes narrow behind his orange lenses.
This is a media store, not the missing persons division. Bother one of the GMs with questions like that.
The Guardian Municipal. Street cops. He pruned the conversation forcefully, artificially. There's more. Spider-Man remembers his customers.
I try. So most of humanity fades into an indistinguishable morass of banality. This colleague, what does he look like? Ah, the sock boy. Dialectical-looking glasses, air of advanced virginity.
Back in photo 24, your would-be double gurgles his ascent.
Sock specialist.
Yes, he came by here. Little common is lost, adrift among the many wonders of the free market.
The clothing vendor said as much. First time outside of the super block. Seem like a people person. What was your
Heir of
puzzle?
a child hastily abandoned at a fire station, waiting on a mother who won't be coming back.
One of the operant bureau's most fundamental precepts: to declaim all knowledge of those marked lost in theater. Those who fail the party cease to be acknowledged by the party.
Well, viewed might be a stretch. Let's just say the man was definitely mobile. He was dreaming big, I'll give him that. Also dreaming moronic. Your dialectical friend mistook himself for some sort of big money businessman. He wanted the bazaar to import superblock hosiery. Socks to start with, but there was talk of cotton tights, even stockings if the venture took off.
Making inroads with his persona, competent in theater, at least for this period of play. He would have made a fine double. Did you buy anything from him?
No. And to be honest, I wouldn't have wasted the stock. He seemed immune to music. You're joking, of course. He didn't even know what a velo disc was, let alone an Einzelton. At a certain point, I'm just debasing myself.
Velodisc, a modern laser hybrid format played using a heated stylus unit, astounding sonic fidelity. Cause of thousands of home fires.
Of course not. I don't sell socks.
His eyebrow twitches as he glances down at the rows of tapes and discs that surround him. Consecrated ground of tiny, crooked monuments. Or crooks.
So is he alright, your man? Or what?
Just do my best.
Yes, yes. We are all so well intended.
The vendor engages you behind his colored lens, tongue skimming teeth. All across the city of Peter there is silence. People peer out fearfully from the slivers between curtains.
I'll be blunt. Are you with the weeping eye?
The techno-fascist secret police of Laguz, dark subconscious of the state, specializing in old-school ugly methods. The ones who took you all apart 5 years ago. Hackles raise. Why do you think I'm with the weeping eye?
Because they've been especially active here recently. Usually they just let things slide. All the Lucian merchandise. Good for everyone. But these days, they're staring right at us. Unblinking. Keep them. If things get too hot, I can always slit my wrists with a shard of Velodis before they take me down.
Oddly specific. I like this guy.
My point is, your colleague was asking questions. Now, something's obviously happened, and here you are, also asking questions. Given the current climate, no one wants to answer these questions, least of all, me. Then I would attempt to educate, obviously. I'm not some kind of street hustler, friend. My merchandise is mega premium, the best this side of the big blockers.
Now speaking proudly of the stock he earlier disparaged.
I'll tell you what I told your sock friend. Speak to the boatman down by the vest docks. He's the one who knows the underground goings-on around here. We're just the vendors. The cool one.
His Baroque hierarchy of shame is in his Baroque hierarchy of shame, being cool falls just under being a replayer, whatever that is.
Excessive sunglasses. Relaxed aura, likely on a boat. No way of confusing him. Wonderful. Now for all our sakes, please say no more. If you want to talk media formats, I'm your man. This other stuff. Yeah. Culture. Portopheron. Scraps. This new Lucian mania is all-consuming. Nobody wants anything that isn't techno-fascist trash, including, apparently, their own souls.
Obsession with foreign imports. Sufferers of so-called Lucian mania will consult the wall.
Provincial, but honest. Silk, sad national poetry. Music, the same kinds they play in the so-called developed world. Except, A couple decades late, and desperately effortful.
Incapable of competing with Lusian media on the most basic neurological level. Fuck this. You want blood, dopamine, wolves.
You could at the very least consume the propaganda they produce for adults, you know. That's why I'll be here, enjoying the front row seat to the downfall of culture. That is my punishment. Wonderful. We can share snacks. Yes, well, I'm sure it must seem that way to someone from the jungles of wherever you're from. Anything we once had has been consumed, overwritten, digested, and shat out by Luz. And the worst thing is, we know it. We just don't care. The culture blockade was designed to prevent this, but now anyone with the wits to create anything new just spends their time devising ways to get past the signal blockers and access Lucian drivel. Whole thing's a myth anyway. Failed project. Most of the crates I get from Luz come stamped by the Ministry of Mass Culture. They want it all out there.
This merchandise isn't smuggled at all. They're government sanctioned from the Lusian Cultural Ministry. Insidious imperialism. Today the soft power, tomorrow the hard.
That would be preferable to the truth of things. There is no politics to it that they can see. They just want something they can idiotize themselves with. You'd think we had run out of brick walls. I take it this means Luz hasn't managed to make it into wherever you're from. Good for you.
Another victory for our great and anonymous censors.
Financially tolerable. Morally abhorrent. Every day there's new formats, categories, each one more depraved than the last. Of course, I can't say that out loud. Customer, you know?
He says it to everyone.
Mention signal blockers.
Well, there was a certain period in the early years of Portofieran independence when everybody on this cursed island was holding their breath waiting for La Lutz to invade. But nothing happened. Instead, a few years later, the radio signals began coming in. Pop music, radio operas, later television shows.
The most important history is the one that never makes it into the books, but defines how those books are written, or aren't. Disappointing. If you're going to invade, do it properly, storm the beaches, raise the city. You can actually pick up your neighbor's radio signal, so what?
And here we are, on the front line, spreading our ears and legs wide open. I can't be sure, but I have reason to believe the media they let reach us isn't even the same one they broadcast to their own people. It's made for us.
This is so cool. I really like this. Tailor-made to produce a race of slaves.
When the city caught on, they put up the signal blockers, but it was too late.
We talk from a guy who works at a market entirely dedicated to Lusian contraband. The children were already hooked.
Hopelessly. Like heroin addicts, but with no chance of rehabilitation. Picture a dog that shits, then eats it, then shits again. That should give you some idea.
I really like this guy. Interesting.
People are what they consume. I'll say no more.
It's less an opinion, more a criminal sentence. Do you insult all your customers like that? I think that makes you a shit merchant. Do you hate everyone who likes to enjoy something more than once? Honestly, what's so bad about playing something more than once? I don't want to say this. I don't want to say this. So these two are off the thing. I want to say either this or this. Because I want to hear more of this guy's thoughts. And if I say this, I think I'll hear more of it. Let's just do this.
What's so bad? I thought you understood this. I thought we were of each other's kind.
Hard, somewhat inevitably, you feel with the replayer brush.
That people pay for it. That I have to make a living pushing replayable narcotics to so-called customers. Read addicts. I haven't met a customer in a very long time who even knows what an Einzelton XR is, let alone appreciates the format. Tells you all you need to know about the current state of the home media world.
Which raises an intimidating question.
Einzelton XR, to give it its proper title. The one true format. The apex of auditory technology. A high-fidelity yet dynamic sonic experience that self-effaces after a single play.
Behold, the paladin who stands before absurdity and declares, well, technically... Can only play these things once?
Correct. It erases acid plays. The inherent idea being, of course, that you never play an Einzelton and have a more profound experience because of it.
Is that I think that's the red disc we have, right?
Some say that was the intention behind the red color
Oh my
scheme.
god.
A warning.
Called that shit.
So you would never misplay it. I think it was an aesthetic choice, personally.
Did you say red?
With Einzelton XR, the first time is the only time.
That's the brand's slogan. How does it erase itself?
A magnet embedded in the disc erases its contents as it's being listened to.
A technological muscle flex, reproduction and erasure just millimeters away in space, milliseconds in time. Crucially, such a process would result in an empty disk, like the one you found on Pseudopod's body.
As in life, everything happens only once. Replayability is oblivion, the end. It loses its resale value, and the uninspired replayer who listened to it loses a piece of their soul. Would propping your dead grandmother up and trying to have a conversation with her corpse cause psychic damage?
Oh, he kind of sees the discs as like, at least the Isoltone XR, he sees it as like a living thing,
Of
with a
course
soul.
it would. Unless you were a monster. Irreparable.
Fanatically biased, not to be taken literally. I kind of just did that. What does the XR stand for?
X remnants. Zero remnants.
Pretty esoteric term we've got here. Just roll with it.
The aftermath of a magnetic charge once you take the field away. The Einzelton magnets are so potent that the erasure is absolute. The X is meant to represent the negative, the complete absence of sound or vision. This was a very conceptual time for storage media, you understand. It was a very beautiful time, too.
It's kind of cool to have a thing that you can only play once. The only problem is, would you even ever play it? If you bought something that's like that, I don't know if you would ever play it. But then it'd just be such a waste of money just to have it sit there. It's kind of weird.
You can imagine the use cases yourself. Rental markets, promotional copies, that sort of thing. The technical origins are trite.
Espionage potential. Oh shit, yeah, that's right. Espionage potential immense. The burn after reading function built into the medium itself. That is pretty good. would spare many an operant the stomach pains associated with having to devour documents to dispose of them.
Its deeper purpose is simply to exist, to remain in a rarefied realm of pure potentiality and infinite beauty. Don't forget, we too are single play only, erasing ourselves moment by moment.
Has he ever listened to one?
What do I look like to you? A common replayer?
The way he pronounces that word reminds you of an old religious woman spitting out curses before sanctifying themselves. That you can't replay them, so you just be a common player? Yeah, is it the point of these? Yeah.
Oh, so you're a semiotician now. I own several, if the word ownership applies to such a delicate relationship, but I would sooner molest myself than an Einzeltone XR disc.
That is such a weird thing to have. It's like buying a vinyl but never touching the vinyl. Just kind of have it like, I guess, propped up as a trophy.
Where did you get this? Einzeltone hasn't been available to consumers for a decade. A disc in good condition is worth thousands of sold to people who appreciate its wonders.
I'm not gonna tell him I listened to it. He'll freak out.
Provided it's well cared for and unplayed.
He already knows the truth. He's just waiting for you to confirm. Oh shit.
Filthy animals. Those. Better they recalled them all years ago. Better a mass manufacturing fault than this, to save them from this humiliation from being passed around like...
The vendor deflates before you. His rising anger gone in an instant, like a fuse being tripped.
A light switch flips off in his eyes. He handles it as reverently as if it were a tiny plastic coffin.
I'm sorry.
Talking to the Eiseltone, not you. Any idea what the little... Okay. Any idea what the title means? Ultravioleta, you but from a dream, even though it was empty. I listened to it, made me feel pretty weird. Any thoughts on that? I'm not gonna say this. I don't know about saying this. Even though it was empty, I listened to it, made me feel pretty weird. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah. I assume fondling a human corpse would also make you feel pretty weird.
Did a little of that too, but no need to mention. There's something spiritual about it. Can isotones be weaponized? Actually, yeah, that's a good question. Of course, you've just done it by bringing its desecrated carcass. I won't sleep tonight. Makes sense. Forbidden media, desecration of a tomb, the broken seal. Yeah. Okay. No more primal, star ring, soul danger. Any idea what the title means?
UV can only be ultravioleta. Degenerate Lucian Electrodross. There's a new fabricated star every day, it seems. But she's the top of today's pile.
That was not all he says. Ultraviolet's a pop singer, degenerate of Lucian's Electrodross. There's a new fabricated star every day. It seems okay, she said this already. Probably the works of a brain-dead marketing company. What about the song title? Are you familiar? What's it called? El Popstar? Is that a... That's Lou's, contemporary... Is that... That's definitely like, what is this place called? Like Lou's Pop. That's cool.
Some kind of promo copy, I would assume. Maybe an advanced single of some kind? Of course it's real. You can't bootleg an Einzeltone. Another of its enduring qualities. This ultravioleta's gone missing at the moment. Kidnapped by counter-fascist radicals, whatever that means. Lucian marketing plot, if you ask me.
Through the work of the militia Reuben Rogue, an extreme communist fringe group. They've ransomed public figures before. The next time the world sees her, she will be clasping an assault rifle, draped in the flag of the party. Why would that be good marketing?
Mystery,
I know why it would be,
fragility,
but I wonder why he
trying to
thinks.
add something of the legendary to her status. Things like her make me almost miss the days the Lucians were marching on the colonies.
He glances at the red disc and runs a thumb over its surface.
None of this is the Einzeltone's fault, of course. They can't control what gets seared upon them.
I wonder how he'll feel if I say this. I know how he'll feel if I say this, but this.
No, I'm afraid it's not. No more potential, only anti-potential. Replayability is oblivion. The end.
This guy's like the elitist of all elitists.
You seem to have misunderstood my soliloquy.
That is such
It's
a cool
done.
word.
No, Mas. The beauty and the tragedy of the format. I hope you dispose of it with dignity. I think a private ceremony would be most appropriate.
He looks sadly down at the disc before handing it back to you. You've seen Mayleen's father around here?
Missing? Is he? I'm not surprised. That fool and his friend would wander into the jaws of a lion if they were told to.
What are you talking about?
That TV show. Idiot with a bag on his head, your regular stop for hysterical lies, paranoia. Every night at 9 p.m. The old fool was always regurgitating whatever he had heard on there the next day. It's no wonder it eventually led him into trouble.
Underlying the criticism is a lament that his own paranoia has no willing audience.
80%? Yeah, let's do it. Oh shit. Never mind, we're good. Nothing is ever truly gone. Everything leaves a residue. Everything with a charge can be summoned back. Must be some way of bringing isotones back to life?
I'm afraid not. The format is near obsolete. Einzeltone is the past, yet it contains the future.
As if he just spat at his feet.
So, your question is, Petre, how do I reanimate a corpse? You should speak plainly then. I'll be honest, the thought is so disturbing to me that I've never entertained it before. But theoretically,
Are hacking the firewall of techno-philosophy.
theoretically it might be possible. You would have to repolarize, re-remanence processing, probably a concentrated magnetic flip, neodymium grader. It would involve some custom gear, no doubt, but my answer to your distressing question is yes. I think you could.
Wouldn't that recapture the potential? No. How he already feels about that. I'll just, to be nice to him, act like I'm not gonna try
Let's
this.
keep it there. This is pure techno hoodoo. Don't ask me about this again.
Yeah.
I feel unclean. Shelves are over there. Shelves are over there. Replete with crass, replayable formats. Like I said, gorge yourself. That's what I'm here for. Yes. You'd like to hear more? I wouldn't. Maybe not. The bazaar is closing up soon. Another day, another cultural molestation.
Okay, do we have anything for delirium to go down? Yes. Oh, that's not enough. Gotta find more cigarettes.
A low, tilting shelf marked in heavy block letters. Despised subgenres. Various sections are separated by narrow plastic dividers, each one labelled with the same neat script. A baffling assortment. Hairdresser music, Children's choirs, self-love anthems, opinionated female vocalists, and too many keyboards.
The labeling and sorting is as meticulous as it is uniformly disdainful. More labels. Falsetto-centric, made for Pedres? Made by Pedres. Pretentious time signatures, yodeling, ululations. Et al? Et al? You're not just flipping through records, you're going deeper into Pater's museum of loathing. The care placed into the organization is itself an act of love, performed hatefully.
A single label fills up the entire back row. L-pop.
Is it actually Luz Lazulian? Like I keep saying, I'm just gonna say Luz.
Luluz's state-sanctioned popular music format. Algorithmically optimized, ideologically vetted, and chemically catchy.
That's so cool. They have their own pop. Well, it's cool that it's in the game, but for the media's vendors' eyes on you as they flip through the offerings. It's all shit. Why is L pop in the back? Is it possible you just don't like music?
There are vomit bags behind the bin should the urge arise.
I love this guy, man.
What galls me is that it doesn't matter how I label any of it. These animals thank me for being thorough, then buy two.
Well, there's something good buried in there. Try, but it's difficult to find something you're interested in while wading through the labyrinth of salesman's disdain. Whisper funk albums, kazoo devotionals, a breakup/meditation EP, an album cover where the singer hugs themselves in the mirror, track lists with 9-minute-long formations, a solo project described as an aesthetically celibate. Almost as though you already knew what you were looking for, you turned straight towards the Made for Pedras section. Let it happen. And pluck out another ultraviolet disc. Cover the moon when I'm gone. Behold the crown jewel of the techno-fascist mass cultural program. Why is this under music for Pedras?
And what exactly would you call adults who fawn over dolled-up starlets too young to even own the rights to their own music, huh? Don't tell me you're one of them.
Man, I don't think you could earn money. I think I fucked up.
Never is the only sane answer.
I don't think I could earn money in the demo. So I don't think I can buy stuff like that. 68% chance. I have a lot of things I could... No, I don't. Who cares? Probably won't even hit it. Ooh. Nice. Reason will not help you here. Close your eyes and let your hand seek out what it wants. There. The band logo is an illegible scrawl allegedly composed of letters in a human script. In the spine you find the title Blood Golem. Is what your hand wanted and found. Violence, an all-out auditory assault. Its condition is pristine, as though it was pressed yesterday, for us and us alone. The salesman raises his eyebrows with a surprised expression.
Still crass music on a crass replayable format, but at least it's not an active attempt to idiotize the population. I'll give you that.
Sounds like a metal. Because how the album cover was described. Sounds like a metal kind of band. Especially with like Blood Golem.
You turn your attention away from the shelf.
Yeah, it's been raining for a minute. We could go up here? What's over here? Can you even get over there? Empty bottles, an ashtray, but no liquor. A casual business meeting spot. There's enough space beyond the railing to walk along the climbing wall. Or crumbling wall. Can't get up here. Jacket. Nice. Should we go in that door now, or should we go in later? I think we'll come back later. Let's see what's over here.
You sit on the railing. Nobody looks up. Nobody asks why you're here. The world keeps moving. 100 conversations blend into one. A slow, warm river carrying you nowhere in particular. You're watching. Taking a breather. Casing the joint. Looking for love. With enough
Oh,
time, you could put down roots, grow moss, scare the tourists, sure. But are you really built for that?
this is dumb. I keep exerting myself. But it's so worth it.
The bazaar stretches before you. A living, breathing river of colour, plastic, textiles. A child zooms past with a toy. A plastic wolf with glowing electric eyes. 2 stalls down, the hum of an old disc player buzzes out into the crowd. Further down, a woman with red curls haggles with a vendor. A handful of kids crowd the stall, faces lit by the glint of Lusian electronics. Laughter rises as a toy gun crackles with a simulated energy. You avert your attention.
Behind them, you see the salesman's involuntary flinch at the sound of the toy gun. The children take no notice. Nerves stretched taut to breaking point.
A well-oiled assembly line of men in overalls, shifting glances, boxes, and gears on the bone motor.
That is so different than what's being said here. Tarps are withdrawn, crates unloaded from the holds of barges. In the pauses between movements, one of them lights a cigarette and stares, as you do, out at the bazaar with an intense gaze. It's not a relaxed pause. He scans the bazaar as though waiting for a sign. The gaze of a hunter, or of someone expected to be hunted, on guard for a sudden eruption of violence.
Honest people going about their lives, selling goods out of stalls they've kept and cared for. Their tone and gestures have been shaped by years of experience in procured goods, stocked shelves, accumulated customers.
One of the vendors warily reorganizes her wares. It seems like a hopeless endeavor amid the chaos of piled goods.
It doesn't go anywhere. It grows. A steady, uninterrupted flow of entertainment, technology, clothes, and other categories of working-class luxuries for insatiable appetites.
I wonder why they changed that. Like, her talking sounded really good there in what she was saying. Something that's obvious. You see it in the movements at the bazaar, just as you would see a limp in the gait of an animal. A tension, furtive rapidly in the rhythms of every transaction, in the mind of every salesperson. The bazaar treadles on, functional but wounded. What wounded it? An intruder in their midst. The weeping eyes passed through recently, kicking, raiding, intimidating, searching for something or someone. The bazaar is trying to gather itself after an attack, while bracing for another.
A sharp inhale, then you push yourself to your feet.
This looks cool. I wish I could take away these like red marks here. Like little red things. So I could just see this. But I've never seen all 3 of them. All 3 of them. It's really cool. Okay, we'll come back to this spot over here. A 50 flyer glued to the wall. A row of bespectacled men stare into the middle distance, while in their midst a lone figure looks towards the viewer, a man with a brown paper bag on his head. Above him, in bold letters, the reality situation. His gaze piercing from the 2 eye holes cut in the bag. Yellow text in black and white, tune in, everyday coverage, in all caps, they did it again. So this is the guy Enno was listening to. This is not some kind of ad. He did that again. Did what again? You know, them, the ones who shift the tectonic plates, fake the seasons, pollinate the sky when no one's looking. They released yet another decoy moon right under your nose. Explain any things. The world is an objectively insane place. What's this reality situation? I've got a pretty good grasp on reality already. I don't know if anyone's should watch this stuff. A local television program. The flyer suggests it's about uncovering great truths hidden from everyone. There's a guy with a bag on his head. That is Subcommander Bagman, host of the reality situation. Is he a military or something? He's definitely not military. What's he hiding? His identity for one. The truth is a dangerous thing to wield, the flyer suggests. The bag looks oddly rigid, probably lined with copper mesh to block radio frequencies. Is that a phone number in the bottom? How can I watch this though? Bright yellow letters highlight a time slot. Every day from 13 to 22, channel 117. Yes, and right below it, written in small letters, callers get a 10% discount on all supplements. You make a note. If I actually watch this stuff. In Superblock, state television viewership numbers are released in an annual report. There is no such transparency in the portfolio. I'm not going to salute him. This stare seems to say, so you think. He promises myriad truths, great, terrible, the undoing, the all known. The People's Bureau of Entertainment would never allow something this anarchic. You know where this poster would look absolutely bitchin'. The big blank wall next to your bed in photo 24. Background check conducted at time of recruitment confirms that Cascade attended St. Ludwinia's boarding school from the ages of 11 to 17. Subject reports that return visits home to the residence of her mother, E. Wilk, were infrequent and, quote, impersonal. She's got mommy issues. And their operas moved you between so many different apartments in the last 5 years, you've never had a chance to unpack, let alone decorate. Constance is a comrade of the arts. She understood, may encourage this. Let's just take it. It's been adhered to the wall with blue reusable adhesive, sticky, easy for quick installation and removal. You're able to get it down and rolled up without any difficulty. What does it look like in our thing? The man with a paper bag on his head implores you to join him in his search for the truth. This is cool. Poster, I'd also steal that. This is the phone, right? This is the one, the payphone that makes people suspect. Yeah. See, this could all be bullshit. No, I don't. Time to get kidnapped, baby. Listen, I don't care about all the time to get kidnapped. A giddy feeling rises in you as the payphone receiver emits a hollow whistle in your ear. Cousin Moon reunion. You only hear the reverberation of your own voice amplified by the payphone. Still half hoping for something to happen, you put your receiver down. Nothing happens. Perhaps the keywords alone are not enough. Kidnappers usually want a target they can trade or that they need to silence. What if I dial a word and say it? You cast yourself into the role. An old man with too much time on his hands who stumbled onto something real and sinister in his idle theorizing. And you hear yourself mark a number. Guardia Municipal, start your location and the nature of... Oh, state your location and the nature of your emergency. Cousins were using you. Not this again. You know, it was kind of funny at the beginning when it was just the old man, but it's wearing really thin now. Was kidnapped. Yeah, I've heard it before. Stop wasting our time, lady. The line goes dead without another word. Wait to see if anything happens. Seconds go by. A house sparrow swoops through the alleyways. Distance cheering from the market stalls comes and goes. You're still there, alone. Must be missing something. Maybe this whole thing is a wild goose chase. You could just be picking at straws. Or you could just get lucky. Or you just got lucky and were saved from a terrible error in judgment. Perhaps your informant knows more than she told you so far. Her missing father seems to have plenty of theories. The receiver clatters loudly as you set it back on its hook. I want to get kidnapped. The quaint food bar serves a wide variety of seafood and fish. Isn't that the same thing?
Canned beverages are lined up like brightly coloured soldiers, neatly regimented behind coiled springs.
I don't think I need any of
The
these.
refreshments remain dormant in their artificially chilled chamber.
What do these do? Tinglement, records, cold read. What do my normal pants do? Tinglement, -1. Oh, just put these on. Let's talk to these guys.
You're not Portaferan.
The old man looks up and down with undisguised curiosity. As he addresses you, the gaze of his two tablemates veer towards you like a cataract headlights. Like the stars, this place is a pit.
And yet, this is the best we can do. But you,
He opens his palms as though to display the land around.
you're a long way from Marcia.
Oh, he knows where I'm from. Clocked you instantly, even though your accent has been diluted in the decade plus since you've left.
What happened, sugar tits? You get lost? Or are you just looking for company?
Am I crazy or does that not sound like Is that not him? Kill this lecherous chick. Why? They both seem cool. Say that again, I'll put that cigarette out in your eye hole. Pretend this is a public service, a wellness check for the impotence and friendliness. Or friendless. Whatever, I've got a question for you guys. You know, let's be... call this sugar tits.
Ah, come on. It's just a term of endearment.
Do it anyway. I would pay to see that. Would you pay to see that, Joe?
Yeah, these guys seem like if you hold your own, they'll respect you more. So I'll hold my own. Huh? Almost totally silent, the third one just breathes and nods excitedly. I like this guy. This guy looks cool.
Animals. That's how it is with most pilots, though. Here.
Shotgun slides across the table to you. This feels very like a comic book. Like a comic book strip or like a sticker. I think I've said that already. But the character portraits are... I'm starting to really like them. I'm not liking just kind of the white outline and like the nothing, like there's nothing in the background of them. But I very, very, very much like the art, like the character art. The character art is fantastic with the color grading and stuff. This is phenomenal. More than a courtesy, he is establishing hierarchies. You and him, human. His companions, subhuman. Theranos, why do you hang out with them? Or should I do cheer as animals? Let's do cheer as animals. Slosh is stinging down your throat, followed by a kind of anesthetic vapor that rises all the way into your sinuses.
We're all strangers in this city. Why don't you join us? We've got nothing better to do. At least until the phone hugger over there fucks off or dies.
About 10 meters away, a young man clutches the payphone to his ear, whispering urgently. If your pilots, why are you on the ground?
Ex-pilots. Does Joe there look like he could get anything up, let alone a plane?
Wrong. Me is a man of the skies, Blondie. I'm just between landings at the moment.
Dude, this table is... I don't want to sit at this table, what the hell? Permanently. A big hit of his own dwindling supply gives the old man a fleeting high. So he's Joe.
Loud Joe. He doesn't talk much.
I'm so surprised that I keep getting these names right. Like Carmuna, Joe.
I'm Pigeon. That's Slava over there.
Slava. That's cool. Why are you called Pigeon, man? Did you get those call signs?
Slava used to be the name of a fishing port company out of the north. My main cargo for a while. Packages stunk to high hell.
He throws the ball to Pigeon.
Guess.
He jerks his head at you. Okay, let me try and guess. Pigeon. Pigeon. They're not the best birds, but they're the ones that live.
All signs aren't meant to be flattering. So if he was named after a bird known for its wayfinding.
Nuisance bird eats cigarette butts.
Sure, why not?
Man's got no compass. Him couldn't make it to the pier for
Joke's on you all anyway. I never minded pigeons. Tough little fuckers.
Oh, okay, he sees it how I saw it.
I did clockwork for it. Perishable goods, fruits, marrow fish, whatever spoils quick.
Military.
A haughty tone to his voice. The ranking system amongst pilots is all but official. Military is highest, followed by commercial, then cargo. Then finally, leisure pilots likewise command more respect than those flying traditional rotor planes. So the hierarchy is, he's military, so he's the top of the top. He's commercial. Oh no, he's cargo. I wonder, is that both? Zhao's lips move, but the only sound that escapes them is an airy rasp. I wonder what voice actor they'll have for him. Cargo, military, disturbing, whispering, got it.
Loudjow was what they call a lamprey. People smuggler.
It's way cooler than whatever y'all were doing. Yeah, that kind of is. Phlegmy chortles erupt from the man.
Zhao ran low altitudes missions in and out of the territories for, what, 10 years?
Knots. Territories meaning, in this case, Luz's island states, briefly independent, now re-annexed. Far below the normal region of air traffic, almost skimming the dark water, a shuddering cargo plane crosses the Norset Sea, lights dimmed. Refugee flights then, high risk, high reward, my kind of job. Is that high reward? I mean, maybe. He's probably getting like a lot of money. Just say sick.
Sick is what they do to you when they catch you.
You know, it's a job. Oh, that's probably why you can't speak, huh? Loudjaw just stares at you, his mouth twisted into a humorless grin.
Of course, a more technical pilot might have made it out, but...
He shrugs and takes a long sip of schnapps.
if you say so.
So where you guys from?
Officially, we're Lusian.
He chortles, and his companions join in. Loudjow's glottis spasms and silent mirth. Even Pigeon permits himself to chuckle. And unofficially,
We're exiles. The reunion came for us. We came here.
The reunion. La Luz's grand annexation campaign. Slow, legal, often bloody. A creeping tide reclaiming, every few years, one more of their old colonies.
Well, I still have my tenantry passport. Stamped and all. Could fly back any day.
The tenantries of St. Olwyn, reannexed in the early 80s.
Would you look at that? A Marseillan who actually knows something about the world.
clocked their accent and he clocked yours.
Course there is sugar, bright sun, sandy beaches, a mass grave somewhere with the bones of my parents.
He smirks bitterly. Just a poor taste joke. A stamped passport for a country that no longer exists. That's insane. How'd you get here? Why, it's exciting to look in silence.
Tell you what, Messiah. You grease my gullet. I'll tell you some fucked up stories.
Like I buy you a drink? He means buy me. Okay, yeah. He means buy me around. Think the reunion's coming for two? Round on me, spit it out. Let's say this.
If it is, I won't be around to see it. Liver's on its way out. Cancer will get me before the illusions do.
Time to crank up the drink and go out in
Working
style.
on it.
I'll pour
Cheers.
another one for you. Anytime I'm given one, I'm gonna drink it. A few hundred brain cells pleasantly fizzle out in unison. Okay, we probably shouldn't be drinking them.
Anyway, you're the foreigner here, Messiah. So you tell us. The Lucians. Think they'll be here anytime soon?
The appetite of the Empire is sleepless and insatiable. But I know they think prefer as their territory if they can take it back.
Hear that? Smart and good looking.
Either way, that's for you lot to worry about. I'm out the door.
Rounds on me. I only have 7 soul now. I shouldn't.
I flew from Tariska, small coastal town northeast of St. Olwyn proper. Was seeing a woman there. Ripped to Vortex E6 right off the tarmac.
Light craft, single turboshaft engine and a mere 120-litre biodiesel bladder. Favoured by the Answanian militia and guerrilla groups.
The planets trade another look. More than impressed, they seem put off by your technical knowledge.
Lucian variant in this case, controls near illegible. Couple of days in, they started quelling the uprisings, and I'd heard enough about these things to how it was about to go down. So I hijacked her, right from the hangar. Didn't even fully remove the top.
They were going to make an example out of that city. Well, they did.
His face twitches on the razor blade between perverse delight and terror.
Steep climb, almost flamed out on the way up, but I rolled her clean over behind me. The city sprawled like veins in marble. Beautiful.
He edges out onto a thin sheet of memory, like a child on a frozen lake.
Same as they always did, except for the last time. I remember sun hitting the domes of the council houses and the harbour, hundreds of iridescent green sails. Beetle shells, we called them. Soon it was just me and the ocean. And then the light came. Burying bombs.
The meat employs a little sounding is capable of making to create a grotesque sound effect.
Soft. Colorless at first. Then green and violet. Waves all over the shoreline and colors I didn't know existed. Swirling like oil in water.
Man, I don't get the people saying the voice acting's bad in this game. I really don't.
The painter's nightmare, etched in bodies and fire.
Those bombs don't leave ruins, you know. Not even craters. Just smooth flatlands covered in fine grey dust.
But did you want to turn back, see if you could have saved somebody? At least you got out. Should have exterminated the people responsible, every last one, their families, their dogs. There's no inherent value in survival. You're here, you're alive, so what? Did it the last two, I want to say.
It's a nice fantasy.
You want more stories like that, sweet cheeks? We're full of them. Wish I could say the same, sweet lips.
What do you make of Portfolio?
It's got a couple things to recommend it, eh?
He wags a flirtatious eyebrow at his fellows.
It's a bit shit, but it's fine.
He ignores his companion's comment.
You picture the words in bold on the cover of the world's least enthusiastic travel brochure.
Oh, you know. Got some real friendly locals. Skilled, too.
You'd be happy to live on a trash heap as long as you got to keep your phone sex, wouldn't you?
Wait, what?
Only if you're a dirty old man.
He talks as though he hasn't racked up more hours on the Miracle Line than he ever logged in flight time.
The Miracle Line. You may recognize it as the card you found in Pseudopod's pocket.
Just another foreign money, man. City's been full of them lately.
Stuck up little shit. Strolled in one evening, couple of nights back, picked up the phone and hasn't let go of it since.
The third pilot emits a growl, both disgusting and disgusted. That was a growl, not an attempt to speak. He'd be making the same noise if he could talk.
Who cares, sugar? No one in a suit ever did any real work.
And
Come on, foreign money men in this city? Empty, obviously.
like vultures to a dying animal, carrying to be. Wherever there is money, the bloody hand of transnational capital is never far away. Why is it bothered that he's hogging the phone?
We all want our turn, sugar. He's here every damn day. Stays on the line for hours. Doesn't care one bit if anyone else has had a turn or not. Only shuffles off once the sun sets. What are we going to do? Fight him? Even if somebody pummeled him half to death, he'd feel nothing. He's an empty suit. Not even the decency to be sad.
May have been the techno-fascist that destroyed his homeland, but it's the entrepreneurial types that his disdain is really reserved for.
Let him rot in him wealth.
He's not rich, Lava. He just works for rich people. Ignore them, Marcia. They have no idea how money works.
Believe me, we've all had enough of the phone hugger.
Guys seen any guy around?
Can't say anyone like that struck me, but a lot of people use the phone line. The only reason why we rarely notice the hugger is because he refuses to leave.
I would say ask the Duchess herself, but
Duchess, cool
she
name.
doesn't talk about clients with other clients. She's professional like that.
Have you asked about other clients? You know, it's because he's... He would have been a visible foreigner to dress like a superblock official.
From the superblock, eh? Interesting. But no.
Pseudopod. It's as though he had been as much of a non-person when he was alive as he is now.
Sure do, sweetheart. The good Dr. Hugo's on his houseboat right there.
He points to the path behind him, along the water's edge.
Reassuring to know that no matter how hot and heavy it gets, we're only 10 feet away from resuscitation.
Can I hear more about their exile? No.
Wish I could say the same, sweet lips. Please, sugar, we can't deal with any more competition. The money man has us down to quickies.
What's the miracle exactly?
It's always connected, that's what. No dialing, no choice to call anyone else. You pick up that phone over there, done. She's there.
Duchess.
How's that possible?
Coin got stuck in there sideways. Devil knows when. Phone call's been going on ever since.
She's just doing it for free?
One big session, sugar. At least 5 years long and half the city wide. Duchess versus the world.
This Duchess character sounds sick. The filthy communality is what they get off on. This is a profound market failure. You're all mooching. Yeah, why doesn't anyone remove it? An indignant squelch erupts from his throat.
Not too many people around here will be happy about that, I imagine. What I can tell you is this. When the rest of the Renotel payphones went wireless, that one stayed the same. Take from that
Yeah,
what you will.
how does she make a living?
Why does everything have to be about money these days?
Clicks his tongue.
Oh, Slava would just love that, wouldn't you?
Better than most humans I know.
If it is about money, it's not in any way that concerns us. Line's been free for as long as anyone can remember.
This is not a glitch in capitalism, but a monstrous outgrowth. They act like the issue of money is secondary to the existence of the miracle line. It's not. This is an issue itself.
Will you look at that?
Passes the card to Zhao. His eyes widen for a moment, and he nods, then passes it again.
Now where did a sweet thing like you pick that up? What a way to go, eh?
A round of chuckles spread around the table. Spittle flies from his tongue as it simulates wholesale sexual annihilation. Rapturous fantasies of masturbatory death overtake them. Man, this game is... I'm loving it. And this is just a demo. It could just be so shit after the demo's done. It could be the worst game ever, but this is, for right now, this is really good. Once this gets fully, like, fully done with full voice acting, oh my god, man. This will be beautiful. I don't think he was on the phone. He was listening to a disc. Don't worry, I'm sure that's where you're headed.
I've saved some recordings of Duchess to use privately, you know.
To answer your question, you used to see a few of these floating around, but not for years. Figure it was from before that phone was permanently hooked up.
You're all very open about having a phone sex around each other.
I got nothing to hide. Can't speak for Pigeon though.
Yeah, they're all old. I mean, who cares? Pigeon rolls his eyes and feigns indifference. It's fine, I have my own phone thing going too. What kind of sick, twisted shit are you into, Pigeon?
I used to ask for some kinky stuff, but it's not like that anymore. Duchess and I are friends now.
She's not your friend, man. That's just part of the act. That's probably 90% true. How's that work, though?
Talk to a person for long enough. It's inevitable you end up becoming close. Provided, of course, you don't spend all that time asking her to make animal noises. In fact, regarding Duchess, I have a favor I need someone to do for me. You don't think you could help me out, do you? I bought a gift for Duchess's kids some time ago, but I haven't been able to track myself
Oh, you
all
actually
the
might
way
be
up
friends
there.
with them. Eyes widen, the other men regard him like some kind of god.
Can you give it to her for me?
What is it?
Oh, it's just some ridiculous wolf-related
Does he
paraphernalia
have one
from
of...
some show they're obsessed with.
Oh, he has one of the cups! He has one of the cups! 66 wolves, fuck the children, they won't miss what they never had! Yeah! I want that fucking cup! You will not be the vehicle for the spread of techno-fascist propaganda to impress... I want the cups, I want the cups! I'll be happy to take the merch off your hands, but I can't promise it'll reach... No, no, no. Oh no, I think I just put myself in a corner. I think this wolves is detrimental to the culture. I'll be happy to take the merch, but I can't help promise it. Oh, I'll just say this.
Don't tell me you're into that tripe. I thought it was exclusively kid stuff.
I'll just be honest with them. Nothing like kid stuff to really hammer home your abs.
Maybe I'm just too old to get it.
Shakes his head and looks genuinely put off. I'll do it, buddy.
Thank you, Marcia. Honestly, I'm just sad I can't take it myself. Wait a minute. Here.
He rummages in a bag lying by the foot of his chair and hands you a package and a festive gift wrap.
Tell them. Grandpa Sam sent it. Remember that.
Grandpa Sam.
Ah, it's just an inside joke we have going. A pet name, if you will.
Jown hails desperately as though running out of breath. Slava just stares at the ground. Final proof that he was not bluffing about her address. It's too much for the poor pilots to bear.
Right.
Damn, he was actually
You know the
friends with
housing campaign? Northwest from Party Alley. She's got a houseboat in the canal up there. Should be one of the only ones in the area. Thank you, Marcia. We'll be here.
The plastic seems to almost hum in your hand. You turn it over and see 1-6 stamped on the hard bottom. It seems to be a novelty cup, merchandise for the Elysian propaganda cartoon that the kids were watching at the bazaar, 66 Wolves. The heavily applied paint gives off the petroleum smell that sticks to the back of your mouth. So why do I want it? No. It is the sole purpose for their existence. How many cups are there? The kid in the bazaar already told you 66 in total, however you're better off sticking to the 6 wolves that are part of the current redemption arc. The boy said they were rare. They're the ones that'll mark you as a hardcore collector. You've already got Critical Wolf, so that's a start. Not at all. This is purely a side matter to be taken up at your own discretion. Having a number of side things to achieve can help with your overall psychological balance. Small pipes of easy pleasure. Small pips. Do remember to log your time. How to do it? Obtaining these more. It's part of the fun. You can't simply walk into a store and buy them. You have to encounter them out in the real world. Well, 6, I can't leave the culture. Yeah. Yeah. That's how they get. Yeah, I don't care. You are afflicted with a brain sickness, comrade. Luckily, in the event you are zeroed out, you have opted to bequeath your brain to the opera's neurologist, so they may study the precise cause of this compulsion. Those are not the too cool to collect. Be wary. Be wary. These obsessions tend to only grow stronger as the collecting continues. You feel the satisfaction of a new obsession being indulged for the first time. You put Critical Wolf away and look back up to the face of the ex-pilots. See you around, Captain.
Until next time, sugar.
Dude, that whole conversation with them was awesome. I really like this group. This group is really cool. Can I see the cup? What does it look like? I see now why. Dude, this isn't just a cup. It's a piece of art. This is cool looking. And there's 6 of them you have to find, right? That's definitely an achievement. I have 100% of Disco Elysium. That is probably the hardest 100% I've ever done. Everyone's pulling that trolley out of the canal. That one's for the future archaeologists. So I wonder if like the 100% for this would be hard too. Is this the guy that's hogging the phone line?
Unwise to your presence, a lanky young man presses the handset against his flushed cheek. It practically clings to it, like a shipwreck survivor holding onto a piece of driftwood.
I don't know how much time we have. You have to help me fill it in.
I actually know about this guy because I've been kind of keeping up with this game, and I've been watching. They have a podcast currently going on right now where they upload a video every month. So once a month until the game comes out, they're uploading a video. They've only uploaded two. The first one was about the art, and the second one was about the writing. And they had who did they have on? There's the main cast guy. Let me just find them real quick. Should I even say their names? They might just, if I do. So it's like the main guy who is in, he's been two of them now. He's kind of been directing the podcast. He's been kind of bringing up the questions. So Jim Ashlev, sorry if I butcher that. Honey Watson, and then Justin Keenan was for the writing thing. And Jim Ashlev, he wrote this with somebody else. So I've already seen bits and pieces of this, and I already kind of have some thoughts about it, but I've only seen pieces, so we're gonna see. It sounded, how they explained it in the devcast, like podcast thing, sounded really cool. That podcast episode was really cool. What the person on the other end of the line has to say to that, it makes the man's eyes squeeze shut and his mouth slacken in a guttural groan. I can't possibly perform under these conditions. You have to make me. The line seems to be occupied, so this is the phone hugger the pilots mentioned. The gap. I'm not even worthy to approach it on my hands and knees. His voice drops to the strained whisper. My little heart wouldn't be able to take it. This is what the miracle looks like firsthand. What are we dealing with here? Oh, I can't exert it. It sucks. Let's just do it immediately. Please, please, please. I want to see more of this. Yes. Okay, I want to see what this is. Perversion, developed world, variety, but what sort?
Please. I need to feel like my position's in jeopardy.
Oh, he's kind of work fantasy. A weak soul driven only by the need to please his betters. A small man hiding himself in what appears to be an expensive suit. Consider his suit. Wool de clown? Wool de what? Clounges? Super 130. Looks more expensive than it feels. I should upgrade my professional wardrobe. Menswear makes no sense to me. The man wedges his index finger between his tight collar and neck. His swollen neck is well lubricated by hot sweat that instantly turns cold as it seeps into the fabric of his wind-whipped collar. Consider his body. Lanky, malnourished, his physical form is an object of abuse and neglect in an equal measure. No match for us. What has he abused? His lungs and liver foremost, you can tell by his own wan color. Consider his soul. What comes to mind is a handkerchief buffeted on a night wind, internally in retreat from itself. The enemy flees from the post-historical dustbin. Where do these people come from? From the most expensive private universities in the world. They churn them out by the barrel. The old pilot was correct. This man works for Emitter.
Tell me you'll report me to human capital if I displease our counterparties.
He whispers into the receiver. Now if you could just get his attention.
Uh-oh. I think I forgot someone's title.
Probably who may have been...
She thinks I work with the mouth breathers in the trade office. In this suit? Unbelievable. Yes, I saw your colleague, hanging utterly deflated from this very paver. It was despicable.
Oh, so you've seen him? When did you see him?
Gah! As though I bothered to make a mental note. It was 2 days ago, evening time.
So he talks to Duchess.
Like the wretched of the earth. Abandoned to shoulder a massive, indescribable burden all by himself. I could hardly look at him.
The young man turns his back to you without another word. The class foe must be fayed to relinquish the public's infrastructure. Gonna be much longer? No response. He's too deep in his own world.
Oh my God! You can't do that to me. But you really, really should.
A prisoner of his own desire. A bubble just waiting to be burst. There's some elder doing who'd like to use phone. I need to speak with Duchess. Honestly, this. He leans away from you, resting his forehead against the metal shell. A deliberate brush off. This rocket is close to liftoff. No room for a co-pilot in that command capsule.
You know so much, and I so little. The power differential is grotesque, highly problematic. Don't change it.
It's like a tram crash. I can't look
I'm
away.
your faithful dog. I know nothing. I question less.
I need to speak with Duchess. He leans away from you, resting his forehead against the metal shell.
This is a private phone call. Please excuse yourself.
He says, turning away to whisper into the receiver.
I saw her talking to the old pilots earlier. They must have sent her to listen in. Do I want her to watch? Oh, maybe, in theory, but you should see the way she's dressed. Her coat, it's see-through like a grocery bag.
It's cool. What do you mean? I would want a coat like this. Oh, fuck you. He eyes you over his shoulders.
I asked you politely once. Now kindly wait your fucking turn.
Okay, buddy. Blood rush, boiling, fist clench.
Tell me that kind of language is unacceptable. It's the influence of the gap. I hardly recognize myself anymore.
I have a 58% chance. Surely I could roll a 5 and a 4. That's all I need. Right? A 6 and a 4. Oh my... I've only missed one. Cathartic bodily harm. That was a cool sound effect.
I'm under assault. If this is it, tell them. Tell them it was in the line of duty.
Wait, I didn't read this. The young man's shoulder rebounds off the hard metal. It's only the handset he's desperately clutching that keeps him from losing his footing entirely. Christopher, time's up. I have questions for you.
Questions? You violate my space and think I have time for questions? My job concerns the fates of nations. This is not a drill.
Fear. Hatred. Good. He won't brush you aside so easily now.
I'm sorry. I've attracted the attention of one of the lumpen prole. If this mysterious gap doesn't kill me, one of those violent locals will. I've
When he
got to
left,
go. I'll call you again when it's safe.
with that, the man gently sets the handset back in the cradle and slinks off into the night. Now's your chance to see what this miracle line is all about. I could have did something there. The now unoccupied payphone stands half embedded in a concrete pedestal. Its frame weather-strained and dull. Look around
You
you.
can talk privately, as long as you keep your voice down.
Summon the payphone.
The box is scrubbed of the usual flyers and graffiti, leaving streaks of adhesive and permanent marker behind. The coin slot has been aggressively papered over.
The keystone.
Cracked receiver and yellowed plastic. At least a decade, you assume. A faded sticker draws your attention. An advertisement for a local ferry schedule. The year, 82.
Holy shit, I just checked the time. I started playing at 10, it's now 1 o'clock. Holy. At night, by the way, too.
Stretched too many times. Coils slacken near the base, but someone's wound a rubber band to keep them tight.
Look at the side panel.
Something catches your eye. Beneath the grime, the metal surface ripples like something's trapped underneath.
A gentle curve swaying through grime, odd shape for corrosion. Scratch at the filth.
Grime flakes off in grey petals as your nail catches on a ridge. A shape emerges, arched, leaping. A dolphin in mid-jump. The engraving's shallow, eroded by years of neglect but legible. 1F7G35-94X12. A serial number. Maybe. In any case, you have this now. It's better than not having it.
You need to cross-reference the number. Retinal must have maintenance terminals hidden away. Keep an eye out. Relax your posture and take a step back.
You lift the receiver to your ear. No dial tone. only a crackling silence.
Hello, you. What's your pleasure?
Well, darling, I like how you sound. Soft, excited laughter folds into each word like sugar melting into warm cream. Should we play along? If we play along, do you think... I already know who this is. This is Duchess. Let's just play along.
Well, a little mess never hurt anyone.
I can tell already that this is going to be good. Lovers call me Duchess, and this is the Miracle Line. Miracle Line. The card in Snowpod's pocket. It's a phone sex line. Glad you called. I feel like I've been waiting for you. I didn't call. I just picked up. It sounds like a line you use to hook clients. Maybe you have. Who knows what motivates the fingers at our strings? Calling regarding a suspicious incident. Let's pick it up. That's just one of the part. That's just one part of the miracle. Care to discover the rest of it? Do you always answer this line? I have to be away sometimes, but I'll try to make the less frequent. Try to make that less frequent. Now I know it might be you on the other side. Oh wow, this girl's got she's got the silver tongue, huh? How do you get paid? But don't worry about me, sweetheart. I'm looked after just fine. If I ask who are you, I already know it's Duchess. Am I asking who are you as in the sense of like past Duchess? Told you I'm Duchess. Yeah, I mean in real life. You don't think I'm real, darling? I'm right here, ready for you to do whatever you want with me. Let's fall in love. Yes, sniff her, taste her, need her smells. You ever had a vanilla cake? Think of the soft sweetness in your mouth, the melting sponge and a little candied citrus, and the tiniest hint of salt. That's me. Can you taste me? No, but you can definitely catch a whiff of the last guy's teeth. This phone is filthy, the dirtiest. There's no limit here. Nothing we can't do. Your wildest dreams, your worst nightmares. Enough about me, tell me who you really are. The divine retribution of history. That's right, darling. You have control of the map of the world. Changing it however you like, will you control me too? There's a sheen of sleaze, but she changes character as quickly as a master operant in theater. Impressive. Should I make her my asset? Maybe it isn't character, she's just super into this. In another world, perhaps another assignment, but not this one. Still there, darling? I'm right here waiting for you. Did a new guy call you recently a sock imposter? Let's see.
I don't
not
discuss
imposter.
my
Why did I say
clients with
imposter?
other
Porter.
clients, love. I
Oh. I keep accidentally doing that because what's being shown on the screen isn't what's being said. Is your friend of yours an enemy? Do you want to hear about him fucking me? Do you want to hear about how he kept his socks on the whole time? The card was in his pocket as I'm calling. Something happened to him, it's serious. Let's start with this. My card? Like a business card? I don't have those, darling. Maybe one of my lovers printed it for fun. I can't discuss my other lovers. Please don't be disappointed with me. 58% chance. 80% chance. What do I need to get? I didn't see. As long as I get that, we're fine. She's too good at her job. Assumes whatever you tell her is a fantasy and slips seamlessly into our role. You need something like a universal safe word. Bring her into the here and now. Did you seem afraid? Like someone was planning to hurt him? If I say this, I think she'll immediately shut down, so I kinda wanna hear more. Hurt him? Love? A long pause stretches between you. Did something happen? I'm pretty sure he was murdered. Something yes. Something very bad. Oh, this isn't a fetish, right? I'm sorry. Sock importer, yes, he did call. He told me his work partner let him down, but he didn't seem afraid. He kept rambling about a jail somewhere in town too, close to a water lock. Was he drunk? No, only stressed. No idea. I asked him if it had to do with the sock trade. He laughed. He thanked me for the call and hung up not long after. Sorry to hear about him. He sounded sweet. Maybe we could find something more pleasant to talk about now? Did the sock importer mention a red disc? He? No, maybe. He mentioned music. He said he wasn't excited. He said he was excited to go home and listen to music. He said it was learning about culture. Learning about what culture? Your guess is as good as mine, baby. Do you see where he got it? Just from someone he knew all about culture. He said it was going to change his life. Should I go into one here? I feel like if I do, I'm gonna lose. What about one of these fantasies?
Shouldn't you be investigating what happened to the sock importer? Never mind, hon. I'm listening.
I probably should have done one of those before I told her that somebody might have died. I'm your controller, your boss. You do tasks for me. What do you know about augmentoids? You feel an odd tingling lightness to your mind as she takes this in. It's her. She's joining the game.
It's you. How good of you to finally check in. What's the status of your assignment?
It's Melida's accent. How'd you do that? You sound just right. It's all going horribly. I don't know what to do. Everybody hates me. Actually, I do wonder.
Focus. I asked about your assignment. You should have listened. You fucked up. Everything's gone to shit again. But it's okay. Everything's going to be okay. I'm here. I'll guide you.
That was a... Mommy? I need help. Why don't you ever help me? You know what's going... Why don't you ever help me?
Shh. It's okay. You're out there on a mission. It's so hard.
It's so hard, it's unbearable, but she understands.
But you know what else you are?
She moans softly. You see the hairs raise on your arms.
Mine.
Her knight, her sword, her lover. Every limb, every organ, every scrap of cloth you wear, hers.
You'll do everything I say, and you'll do it well.
No, I won't. Fuck you.
You'll come home, all your silly tasks done, and I'll be waiting for you.
Yes, in your apartment, the phone. This isn't right. This isn't Melita. You're being lulled by a siren.
You'll kneel before me. Rest your head between my thighs.
You've poisoned your cunt, haven't you? This is a trap? Holy shit. How could I rest when you'll never let me stay?
You rest when I say. But this isn't what you want.
Her voice softens, warms back to her own.
This is the wrong phone, hon. You should call her.
Holy shit, Duchess. She read right through. Damn. We should get this chick on our team, man. But she's always mad at me.
That's the way it goes sometimes. It's okay, hon. Go to her. She's the one you need.
Should we go to her right now? Line's always open. I'll miss you. Let's go to her right now. I say that as I'm gonna go click over here and see. Hang sign, Dorhigo is unavailable for a few days. Okay, probably can't go there because this is only a demo. Let's go tell him that we got him off the phone. Maybe he'll be happy.
I don't know how you managed to kick the hogger off the phone, Monsieur, but we owe you a drink.
Nice. It is Lao Zhao that reports at this time, beaming. Let's accept it. I gotta stop, man. My delirium's just only going up.
What brings you back here?
Oh yeah, they talked about a jail.
Hoping to find yourself a boyfriend, eh?
The other pilots give him a weak chuckle.
Lowest tier schoolyard banter.
Again, I feel like these guys feel like if you stand your own, they'll respect you more.
The old pilot grins.
Yeah,
revealing
see?
a couple of gold teeth and another few rotted black.
Closest jail I know of would be up in Valmerada, up north, an hour away by tram, if the lines are running clean. Not that I can think of.
Who needs jails in this place?
Gives you a bitter chuckle.
The men nod and return to their drink.
See you around.
Until next time, sugar.
So I'm guessing we can't get to that jail because he's talked about an hour long for the tram, and we can't access the tram right now.
You dial your controller's number. Raw information atomizes itself. On the other side of the world, a phone rings.
I thought you were headed out. What is it? Now you've heard it. Get moving, operant.
The line goes dead.
Oh, we can't talk to her anymore? It's probably just a demo thing. Let's talk to Homegirl.
Oh, it's you. What? That's so dangerous. You could have been killed. Or worse.
We can't find meaning in our lives if we don't search for it everywhere we can. Let me worry about me.
Just please be careful. I don't know how I would feel if I was responsible for you disappearing too.
Eileen? I would destroy this whole world just for you. It's my choice. I want to help you find your father.
Thank you. Okay, look, I think I know why you didn't get snatched. Mi viejo mentioned something like that. Gilmar had been snooping around the waterlock to the east of the bazaar when he got snatched. That might be the missing bit. No idea. I think Dad looked around there himself, but before he could tell me what he found, he was
Gone.
I was just there, right?
Just don't get hurt. And please, please come back.
Her hands come together in a prayer for a second.
Thanks for stopping by.
Okay, so we don't have much else to do. Hold on, let's go show these guys the cup I got.
The girl nods.
Wow, he looks even smarter than in the show. He leans in and turns to his sister. Remember when he cast Lexicon, Apocalypse, and wiped out like 50 angels from history? Uh-huh. After you found their real names in the bottomless library, the girl looks up at you. Critical can be scary, but he's the smartest one. Cool. I like that I got to at least show him that. As of right now, we only have talk to the boatman, talk to the dude on the pylon. I think we could access the pylon, and then go to the waterlock. So let's go to the waterlock actually right now. Oh, and we could explore whatever was up there. This looks like a waterlock. Maybe it's not here? Maybe it's further down? Maybe it's another thing you can't do, unfortunately. Yeah, because that looks like a waterlock. The crane lacks an authority figure.
A film of water, grease, and rust gives the machine a scaled quality, like a sea creature risen and tamed. The beast reads, Porto Engenharia at its foot.
Designed and built in Portofino, back when the city still had the industrial capacity to manufacture on this scale by itself.
You scan up and down the docks for machinery, but find none. This must be the last of its species. A gust of wind turns the crane's hook toward the dock workers. It looks like an accusation. Moonlight over the water when they came. The sound of hammers and drills deep into the night, just like the old days. But when the sun rose, the crane found itself alone, its comrades slain for scrap. Water drips from its hook, the color of rust. Cold, rough, unfeeling. Seabirds squabble overhead.
Oh, this is how you get up the pylon. Cool. Single molded concrete forms the immovable base. Okay, I'm gonna try and finish the demo here in this one final thing. I think there's not much left of this game, or at least of the demo. Maybe I want to say like 40 minutes. So, what you doing up here, buddy? Sightseeing? Bottled water, meal bars, wipes, supplies for extended stay. With chain cutters. Nice drink. They shiver through your feet. It seems much higher from this angle.
The man doesn't react or turn as you approach, your feet echoing off the high metal.
I don't know how much of this game I'll put in the video, but I will say this has been the main like narrator voice as of now. I've heard less of the raspy one than this girl.
I saw you by that fire exit. You even went in.
An implicit accusation there. You were watching me?
No. My eyes were on that fire exit. I was really hoping you'd close it.
Why?
It's a flagrant disregard for safety. It's made it quite hard to enjoy the view.
We're calling it now. That's a rules creep. There's so many typos. I will say there's an extreme amount of typos. Unless I'm just super dumb. I don't even know what they're... I just can't read. We're calling it now. That's a roll. Yeah, I don't know what this even is supposed to mean.
I have to remain here. Should you pass by that door again, know that your help would be appreciated.
He doesn't seem physically incapable of leaving, nor is he restrained.
Still, you've come a long way. Fortunately, the view just about compensates.
What are you
I'm
doing
being
up here?
punished. My employer has placed me in an impossible position.
You recognize the patch sewn into his pants. It's the Carlistic Porforio's logo, the oldest transit company in the city.
I'm a safety inspector, watching the lines. As you might have noticed, this pylon is under construction, technically.
Why is assignment punishment?
It's my role to ensure the lines and pylons are all built according to code. And this line, line 9, will never be finished.
Line 9. The same line the man by the Arrow tram station was told to wait for.
Then they would be waiting a very long time.
A cruel joke, most likely. Why is that?
Where to start? This pylon's angle deviated more than expected as the concrete set. Hazardous near water. Shouldn't have skimped on materials. Then there are the clearance issues. The party alley rooftops are higher than the building department's official records. I'm the safety inspector on this segment. Construction can't proceed without my approval. Approval I cannot possibly give. Since the last round of enter stabilization, they've been trying to force us lifers out. We can be fired, not easily, but they can take away the work that made us stay in the first place.
How many... I think there's been 3 characters who have had bald spots on the top of their head. This guy, Pseudopod, and then the record guy. Right? Did the record guy have
I
one
have two
too?
options. I could falsify my reports and declare Line 9 safe for construction anyway, or I could quit. Either way, the company can lose. Such a thought would never even occur to me, or any safety inspector, really. Fortunately, this spot lends itself to reflection. Contemplating my punishment helped me see how to live with it.
The question is, can you live with your own? I think I'm also being punished.
Perhaps that's why you are drawn to this great height too. But you know, the view's not mine, just in case. I'm a structural engineer. I believe in stability. What Emperor has brought isn't that. Their version of stabilization shifts the responsibility of managing entropy from the state to the individual. Human existence always carries entropy with it. That's inherent in the system. Social insurance, pensions, fair wages. These are measures against the entropy of living. They're also expensive.
I wish this like this background here with like the lines. Wish you could change this. It looks cool at the start, but now like the longer I've played it, it's starting to kind of mess with my eyes. So it'd be cool if you could kind of change this.
No one's required to respect a system that oppresses and steals from them.
He glances down. The world spins slowly.
There's entropy in all systems. No living thing can avoid it entirely.
Many things, but everyone has their own definition of interesting. What's yours? That's
A
about our
friend
guy.
of yours? Oh, well, you're asking about him. Maybe a friendship's in the stars, yes? Quite a formal-looking man, yes? He was here just the other day.
Don't mention what you know. Let him cross-reference information.
He had a conversation with the music vendor over there. It did not seem pleasant.
Down below, Pathetic glares intensely as a young couple thumb eagerly through sleeved discs.
I couldn't really tell. I couldn't say. A lot of people come through here. I didn't pay particular attention to him. You're welcome.
One more boat has been floating around the canal to the south. What's so spooky about that? There doesn't seem to be the driver. There doesn't seem to be a driver or any crew. Sometimes the wind carries an awful noise from it up to my ear. You describe the noise? Guttural and aggressive, like some kind of primordial steel beast is locked in a battle with a diseased swamp pig.
Terror to most, but for those with a taste for it, this is the kind of sound that vibes with their darkened soul.
I'm afraid so. Some of the bizarre folks are worried about you up here. The crippled seamstress, you mean? He has been watching. Do you know her? I don't, but I see her gesticulating at me often enough. Clearly she's got some theories in her head. He's not bothered by you bringing this up. Still, I hope you don't take that claim seriously. No harm in testing him, just a bit. Let's
Up
test him out.
here? You must be joking.
Appreciate if you set the woman's mind at ease. As I said, I'm only here because of my work. Its presence offended me. It's a clearly marked fire exit. If you have the chance, I'd appreciate if you'd remove it. I got you, man. Cannot exert. I only need to roll a 4 and a 3. Well, I have a skill point, so I could put it in poetics if I mess up. Okay, we're good. Oh, what is going on?
Some questions don't require thought, but the opposite. Quiet the conscious mind and the answer comes naturally.
I'm being punished and I think I know the reason why. Fantastic, what is it? I abandoned my friends, punish it suits me. I saw a glimpse behind the curtain of reality. Great powers want revenge. The enemies I have destroyed. Yet, my selfhood, fundamentally. Either this one or this one. I'll do this one.
You opened your inner eye and found the universe staring right back at you. What horrors will it visit upon you? Now it knows that you see its strings. The pylon man turns his head ever so slightly.
Intangible forces are targeting me, sabotaging my every move. Sounds more like a self-pity than an objective assessment of a situation. I believe your question requires more time and experience than you've committed to it this far. Not a criticism, simply an observation. Perhaps. Oh, I would've got another... They said the thought cabinet works a lot different in this game. So I do wonder, like, how different. Hopefully it's, like, vastly different.
The gate is bound to the pole by a thin steel chain. The gap between leaves little room for passage. Only ghosts can pass freely between such crevices.
Nice. Okay, I wonder if the demo just has a thing
You
where...
take the chain between the beak of your tool and push. Muscles tense, the chain resists, trembles, and collapses in a jangling heap at your feet. The metal creaks and gives way. The chain lies bleeding out on the cobblestones. In another life, it would have been a serpent.
Damn, I completely forgot what I was saying.
Carmona saw you scaling the pylon, but she did not see the creep fall to his death.
That was what I was saying. I wonder for the demo if they just made it to where you high roll, so you could see a lot more of the outcomes.
Bit of disappointment in her tone. This biddy craves blood.
Murders are far too expensive for a mere stall stress. Now, report on the creep.
Engineering is good work, proper, though he doesn't seem to be doing much of it. Carmona knew he was off, but just a slacker all along.
Carmona will not take comfort in that. Here. Some comfort in return. Not that Carmona's forgotten you came here with questions. Ask away.
Oh, I got some gloves. Nice.
Ah, yes. He was fine super block suit. I should have known you were cut from the same cow the way you scaled that pylon. I sent him to the docks. Ed Botman there reports directly to the bizarre manager in charge of imports-exports. Maybe he knows where he went.
The Dockwards suspect they found an agent of the Weeping Eye working right here in the bazaar.
Your heart convulses at their mention.
What made them think that? Found him taking Lusian money. Carmona doesn't believe it though. Manana, they got the wrong man. Tell me about the man they accused. He bought a beautiful coat from Carmona's stall just last week. A real gentleman. Nobody with the eye could be so polite or have such good taste in outerwear. Is it the guy with the coat? But the dock workers must have had more information on him. Find out what you can. If there are eye here, then you need to know why. Ask about the coat. Sounds cool. The Lysian Manana. Bazaar is full of bootlegs. They're keeping an eye on their wares.
The Weeping Eye do not care about knockoff toys. If they're here, then something is happening way above this woman's head.
He was like a son to me, Manana. But no, never got his details. Describe this coat.
It was a trench coat, multicolored, but predominantly oranges, reds. It recalled a carpet bag of the olden variety.
The man in photo 24, talking to Constance. The eye at your door.
He was at photo 24 and your double is incapacitated. This is now your prime suspect. And he always had a camera. Ask yourself, Manana, would a Weeping Eye man walk around with a camera? Too obvious. May have something to do with losing my colleague. Nonsense. He's a nice gentleman, just like your colleague is a nice boy. What do you possibly think he could have to do with any losing? First assignment off the shelf, and you're being stalked by a suspected operant killer. Kill yourself to get it over with. Then the camera. Stole my colleague's soul. I don't know. But I can't punch him until I find out. It's a good thing. Maybe this man knows how to bring him back. This one. Can't you just call for him, Manana? That's a nice boy. Can't have gone too far. Beyond the edges of the universe, falling into a turbulent haze. Give it to me straight. This is coat better than mine. I don't really care for that. Very well. Okay. We could go talk to the other guy, tell him that his tram isn't getting here.
You again. Any updates on the 9? But how can that be? A gentleman from the Carabineros said it would be in service any day now.
A handsome foreigner. The Carabineros were playing a trick on him.
You'd think with all the empty money this place has gotten, they'd have fixed their aerotrams. What am I supposed to do now? I was simply passing through on my way back home to Sundak. I had been working in Copablanco, but the work dried up. That was more than a week ago, and, well, here I am.
Despite his predicament, he's kept up with hygiene. His beard is shaved, his nails well manicured.
There used to be a more direct route via Havergelia, but the border has been closed since it was re-annexed by La Luz. It's not so easy to get around as it used to be, you know. I'm a political economist by training.
It must be said, this is the most handsome political economist you've ever encountered. Something about his jawline makes you overly aware of your skin, your posture, your right nipple hardens. The left hasn't seen him yet.
Well, not in so many words. How to put this? You're surely familiar with the concept. A somewhat rich, older lady wants a nice exotic husband without the lifelong commitment, yes? Meanwhile, a clean, well-behaved man from the periphery wants to see the world but lacks the necessary capital. The woman pays for his relocation and gains a valuable commodity. A high-quality Sunnis husband. A man by mail. A direct order dick. There are many names for it, some more vulgar than others.
A pair of blue boxer briefs hang from a wash line in Bessanoble. A plain dress shirt crumpled on a cold bedroom floor in Landau. Somewhere in Treffer, a man leans on a marble counter, breath shallow from exhaustion.
I offer companionship and a fair trade. If you consider it as a set of transactions, love's really no more than an economic problem. Where else can one find men so clean, attentive, strong, and conversant in political economy?
He seems slightly offended that you're not already familiar with the reputation of Sunnis men.
In other circumstances, I believe it could have worked out brilliantly, but alas, in my case, endogenous factors conspired to thwart my domestic bliss. What can I say? Sunnis are both practical and romantic. I will tell you, madame, it was the lapdogs. All 6 of them.
Lapdogs? This game flows so much better when it's like fully voice acted. It's really nice.
Not these dogs. Trust me.
Are the dogs not dogs?
My betrothed. She wanted them to watch our lovemaking, my cleaning and housework, my lectures on recent advances in microfinance. Wherever I turned, there was a creature the size of a throw pillow. Its black, wet eyes staring at me.
It's an actual dog. That's horrifying.
Watching, trembling from invisible afflictions.
At one moment, I wondered whether I was there for her pleasure or theirs. That's when I realized I need to escape Copablanco as soon as possible. Back to Sunzak, very far from here. Maybe I'll go to work for my brother, or maybe I'll sign up for a term on the lunar mines. Really, I just want to escape the developed world.
Being sent to organize among the lunar cadmium miners is a common punishment for political offenses in the People's Republics. It is a privilege to raise class consciousness among our lunar comrades. The man turns back to his suitcases. You keep walking.
There's not much else we can do now. I mean, let's go to our dossier. No, our journal, I mean. Save this. Can't go to Dr. Hugo. Can't learn more about it. I feel like we've done all that. Piece clear of what Suppo did before you arrived. You found a purchase order for the vendor. Okay, we could go talk to that guy, the boat guy. Gift for Duchess. We can't go here, I'm pretty sure. Like, the art for this game is... Oh, I'll keep saying it, man. It's just amazing. Okay, we only have, talk to this guy, and then go up towards that area. Loading platform ahead.
The man gives no indication of registering your presence as you approach. His mirrored sunglasses are turned upwards.
He's aware you're here. Follow his gaze. A flock of starlings murmur their strange shape over sea-chewed stones. Above them, brown plumbed formed circles.
Orange and blue feathers. Predators.
Sparrowhawks, predator birds awaiting an opening. Good eye. He nods upward. Starlings are tough prey. The hawks try to drown them in the canal first if they can keep a grip. Quite a sight. But I doubt you're here to talk birds. A colleague. He rolls a cigarette to the other side of his mouth. Go on. Professional, brown suit, glasses, late 20s to early 50s. There's a lot of coming and going in the bazaar. I don't get paid to keep track of it. A decent performance, but you have notes. Did they? He glances towards the stalls. Alright, the twitchy communist. Now I have him. Yeah, your colleague was here. As you can see, he isn't now. Do my colleague talk about? Socks mostly. He tilts his head. Not really my province. He was here to broker some kind of trade deal with the bazaar. Now, stop circling each other, commit. No, he wasn't. Then he must have been a spy with the Operant Bureau. A measured flare of cigarette smoke from his nose, like you. A still moment from a nearby rooftop, the sound of children playing. You do not exist, you are merely the shimmer of a right-wing propaganda minister's fevered imaginings. I'm just gonna nod. Straight shooter, my kind of person. Anyway, your colleague seemed upstanding, respectful, but I couldn't help him. Here's the end of the line. The pseudopod terminus. He bounced off this man and landed somewhere in oblivion. Did you give him this? No, he frowns. What's on it?
He's genuinely perplexed.
I'm sure it made me see terrible, colorless things. Heavyweight. Heard a couple of tapes like that back in the day. Colored discs in these high-tech formats. Not really my province either. Very much so. Probably two with it. Shaky hands, blotchy neck. But he did alright. A polite round of applause for the support act. So it's partner now. A crease across his brow. He wanted the same thing as you do, I assume. A meet with the boss man. A face flashes in your mind. Unbidened, heavy-set, boyish grin. Traces of the underworld clinging to him. Tempo del Sur. The cerebral spinal fluid turns to liquid refrigerant. This guy looks cool. Tempo del Sur, mid-tier deity in the local underworld, and once your asset, cryptonym Taxman, also someone you once called a friend. A familiar silhouette peels itself from the dark. By name, he nods. Your colleague was very keen to speak to the boss, but I had to turn him away. Where can I find Tempo? Bossman is the bazaar. The edge of a smirk. He's everywhere you look. You know a stone wall when you smack off one. He's waiting for you to put something together. He came back, had to turn him away 4 times. He smooths back the hair on his temple. After that, I lost track of him, but he didn't exactly walk off with purpose. As the sun smears across rooftops, a man with a briefcase full of carefully folded socks sits on a metal bench. He sits there for a long time, considering the tangle of alleyways that surround him. No, he didn't actively threaten me, Slowdrag, nor did I find him threatening. Yeah, whole kingdom. Sweeps a hand. From day player bootlegger to directing the full production in 5 years. Quite the ascent for an exposed asset. Tempo had many criminal-grade contacts in the loos. Probably now he dodged the fallout after your network blew. Tempo's boss man, big picture stuff. His new underboss keeps things tight on the ground. Man's got a way of rallying people around him. Friends, allies, Lysian, underworld contacts. Doesn't go in for sleep much either. Maybe he bottomed his way to the bottom. I think the Weeping Eye have found me, a guy that worked for you here in the bazaar. I know the prick. He's not full Weeping Eye, just some errand boy they roped in. Still, one of our own taking bribes from the Eye. He removes the cigarette from his mouth and spits into the gray-green water. Think they wanted to get close to Tempo himself. This all feels like it's part of something bigger, darker. Doesn't get much darker than someone getting within throat-splitting range of the boss, if you ask me. But as for why they're on your heel, can only assume they know Tempo reached out to you. Tempo called for help, for backup, for a friend. A phantom hand across the precipice awaiting a return grip. You mean he reached out to the opera? No, you. Who are you? He's gonna make you say it out loud. Your name is Thunder, a downpour home turf you have returned. Cascade. He nods slowly. You catch an impression of his eye as the light hits his sunglasses. Tempo was very specific. At least he was to me. Cascade or nothing. He didn't want the opera. He wanted you. A rough voice down a splintering phone line. No silly cunts. Cascade only. Person to person. Cascade or nothing. A phantom hand across the precipice awaiting a return grip. You already said that. Shards of both past and present collide. In the wreckage, a jagged pattern forms. Tempo, Cryptoman Taxman, your dormant asset, contacts the opera, intent unknown, information unknown, request, meeting with operant Cascade, only Cascade. Except they didn't tell me anything. Cascade status, frozen, duration and petribum. Operation issues, directive, dispatch lead operant to portfolio. Pseudopod, active in theater, assignment, meet with Taxman, retrieve message. They wanted Pseudopod to become Tempo's new handler. You were just here to smooth the transition. They framed out your asset, your friend, to some trouserless infant. Pseudopod fails to meet with Taxman, requests Cascade from Opera. Timeline disrupted, movements unknown, Pseudopod status changes to lost. On the second floor of a failing photo outlet, a pair of green eyes widen, catch a glimpse of the impossible, then cloud back over. You didn't deserve this, Pseudopod. Cascade status changes to reanimated. Operant arrives in theater, unbriefed, unassigned, and... Questions coagulate, but their center, a truth catches the light. You knew it all along, one of yours. This is my assignment. Here's how I see it, or maybe how I don't. His voice refocuses you. The Weeping Eye came in heavy. Start cracking skulls. Tempo gets a wild look in his eye and follows it out the door. You two spirits appear out of nowhere, full of socks and half stories. And now we're all jumping at shadows. I'm Rustmanian. People like me. We brought up to follow codes. I can't follow code if I don't know what the fuck's going on. Teeth barred, but nothing left to guard. Fear of the dark. I'm sorry you were caught in the middle here. We calling this the middle? Best laid plans, I was trying to slink around the edges, a short drag. That's our biggest problem. Tempo's gone. Vanished. He unlatches the cigarette from his bottom lip. I don't know where he is now, but I can tell you where he was. That's his office up there. He nods to the northern part of the bazaar, Tempo HQ. It's been locked since he disappeared. No one in, no one out. Wasn't entrusted with it. He was hoping you could make sense of it. Bossman said you'd come, sooner or later. He runs a palm across his jaw. Recently, he said a lot of things. Back on the blow, I fear. It's either under a lot of mental stress or seeing ghosts. This message could be critical. It could also be nothing but branches tapping a window pane. Any idea what happened to him? I'd rather leave the guesswork to others. Strong ethos, fair enough. I think so. Both fair and enough. A week or so back, since then nothing. Do the words, all will be forgiven, mean anything to you? Another one of Tempo's recent phrases. That one was for you, far as I could make out. I pass it on to your colleague, though it might get you here faster. Or I thought it might get you here faster. It would have brought you running if they bothered to tell you. Another thing my spirits kept from me, I had to figure it out from a cipher. It's like work, I have a lot of needs forgiving. It's between you and the boss man. He waves a hand, priest-like. Because it's locked. And from the other side, only silence. You don't want to know what's in there, do you? There's probably nothing in there but some accounts and a dusting of blow. But it's the knowing that gets you. When you're done... Surprised you did. It's got some of the local sailors scared. What spooked them? Not sure. One man, trustworthy guy, reckons he saw something thrashing around in the cabin. A beast, he said.
It must be slain. A jolt of fear snaps through you, writing itself across your face. Unclear if he saw. He sniffs idly, rolling the cigarette between his lips.
What do you think it is? Wouldn't like to guess, he smiles. Might just be another drunkard's tale. The sea's got plenty of those. Six-headed mud skippers that feed on men. Tentacle creatures that stink like 1,000 corpses. Giant sea urchins that paralyze their prey before devouring them while they're still alive. Yes. Why not? Ever heard of Karuk's Fold? One of 8 great trenches in the mapped world. Its edges run from the Telmar Gulf to the Laurian Sea. Conservative estimates suggest a depth of 12,000 meters. There's a shadow in the depths, he shrugs, bigger than any ship. Sailor diaries and logbooks stretching back centuries mention it. Different tongues, same stories. Could be a massive coral ridge, maybe a large gyat. Gyat? What would you say this? With the reports I know of agree on 2 things. First, the shadow moves. Like something swimming? Maybe, but if so, it's territorial. A deep sea whale, a squid, they tend to cover distance, whatever's down there doesn't. And the second thing, some sailors swear they've seen lights, far below. Not always, but when the sea's dark enough. Probably bioluminescence? Could be, but I've never known a fish or an algae lights to blink. Think of this down there. Rostaminian folklore calls it the Deep Mason, a giant of sorts, a protector. I doubt that's it, but it's the image I grew up with. Anyway, stories are stories. Whatever's on that unmoored boat. On the unmoored boat's probably a lot more mundane. An old low-slung workhorse with tar patches, welded plates, and mismatched boards. Marina 32, early 70s issue, Perforean manufacturing, built for the municipal dredging, but this one's been heavily modded. Except for a few bolts disagreeing about their place still, the reputation's deserved. He's got a few more years left in him. He places a hand on the railing briefly. Boatman. Let's try that again. What's your first name? Boat. You know where this is going, right? You're not going just to walk into it? Fine, I get it. And here we were starting to have fun. Most ships are named after stars in Rustam. We name them after lost sailors. Carve a name into the prow, the dead will watch the waters for you. Long dead hands carrying the hull, white fingers in the brine. Nothing. This is just a barrage. He taps his foot once, call it he out of habit. Depends, some are produced locally, textiles the easiest to replicate, got some artisans and hills of pigs. Other things like toys need to be brought from abroad. There are small manufacturers scattered along the Nosocrates coast, families with presses, off-book factories, other crates have to cross a few borders. Why is Elysian crates stamped by Ministry of Mass Culture? Because Elysians don't mind a little cultural leakage these days. In fact, they encourage it. Government thing, shadow program, I don't ask too much about it. He shrugs. Merchandise gets shifted and no one selling it gets disappeared to lose. Works out. Cultural blockade. Tommy. He waves a hand. Look around. Loses cutting edge. As long as they get a cut. Foreign regulations have made that part trickier. More eyes, more signatures. Treaties, obligations to foreign banks, bureaucracies, third-party audits, all part of joining the developed world. A big gang where no one's your friend, and there's always more palms to grease. He did. The smuggler lets out a smile. Slipped through. The smuggler lets a smile slip through. Started as 6 tarps in the dust and a handful of Lysian contacts. By the end of the first year, half of these stalls were up. A tinge of grief flutters past his face. As long as others take up the mantle, this place will be fine. Are you asking for yourself or for the kids? The kids, of course. Right, they've been pestering me about it daily. Not that he minds. I've seen a crate or two pass by months ago, but nothing since. Even the lads who sell close to lose say the plight is scarce. Sure, part of the problem is they're tough to bootleg. The closest place to manufacture half-decent copies would be Soon's Ark, I reckon. Bootlegging aside, Luz seems to have kept the supplies low. Could be intentional or manufacturing good tricky. Alright, you come across any of the cups. The kids have a look, yeah? Make their day. Okay, let's go check up what was over there. Actually, there might be another place. I remember I didn't fully explore somewhere over here. Yeah, this way. I didn't go this way. For a flash of red catches your eye. Painted face judges you silently from the concrete surface. Cluster of torn blister packs for a gore slick card game. Oh, a drink. Hold on. Nice. So do we have -5 anxiety? I don't need that. Sure. This is dumb, but that was cool. Oh, this is sick.
With awkward reverence, you approach the street shrine.
The shrine lacks the sacred air of Mycerian churches you know as a child. It is an organic thing, maintained by locals of their own volition.
A spectacle of Portaferan humanity, the steps worn with the years of its visitors' hope and grief.
Whatever their meaning, there were enough to summon you here now. To this shrine rammed to the side of the city.
Ink stains and knife scratches adorn the shrine. Jagged words cast toward the flickering skies. In your guiding, we learn. Do you envy our brief, searing lives? Marco loves Puss. As you fade, we follow. A collection of cheap plastic photo frames, haphazardly arranged on a red checkered tablecloth. Each heavy with significance, all of it lost on you. Between them lie offerings and totems, a necklace, some out of circulation coins, an old packet of smokes. Prayers flit amongst the offerings, answered or ignored, who knows?
Basically, as long as I don't get 2 1s. If I could get a 4, that'd be nice. That's fine.
You adjust your position and gather the appropriate reverence. The audience of framed strangers watches you in silence. A prayer of interference. For the gambler palming a final chip. For the veteran lacing up boots cracked at the heels. For the fool stepping into the current and demanding the river change course. The words hang in the air, brittle as glass. The strangers do not blink. 100 forgotten faces, frozen in time. The noise of the world beyond the alley dims. Sunlight flickers, casting jagged shadows across the photographs. Your words are gone as they are uttered, couriered upwards on the air's invisible wires. You turn away from Polaris, into dawn's fragile light.
That was cool. Probably should take those cigarettes, huh? What's the worst that could happen?
You approach Ouroboros Black, an imported brand. As soon as you pick it up, you feel that whatever is inside is not cigarettes.
Oh.
Outslide a few staple pages folded neatly into a little cuboid, almost exactly the dimensions of the package. Paper ages quickly, exposed to the greasy, moist air around the docks. This hasn't been out here for more than a week. Rite of passage. It's an exit visa. Permission to travel freely out of Portaferro. An elderly man stares back at you from a printed headshot at the document's apex.
papery skin framed with wispy white tufts. Cruel indifference to his gaze. Augustino Dante, according to the name on the pages. Born in the year 27 in Leluz. The name, who knows? The document, yes. City issued. Holographic stamp and all. You turn away from Polaris, into dawn's fragile light.
That's really cool. I like that. Is that a monkey? You can hear the weak AC fan struggling. I think that is a monkey. Fanged beast. Your presence is weak. Fate delivers me an unworthy adversary. The creature's eyes glow with cunning flame. Its ears tuft delightfully in every direction. Long gray toes ripple over a mountain of trinkets as it inspects you. Yes, monkey. Yes. A puppet. There's someone hiding in the pile beneath it. Really? Look more closely. On closer inspection, its eyes are no less cunning and its ears no less delightful. Finally, a sensible interlocutor? Clearly not real. Adversary, we're getting off to a bad start here. End will be worse, as will middle. Tremble before the majesty of my realm and of me. What are you? That's all he says, eh? Hard cut to his tiny face, crash, zoom, his golden eyes flash. Oh, I am the king of trade. Nice to meet you. For now, enter the economic war zone. Keep your nonsense questions, show me your objects. How are you talking? Not talk, business correspondence. Remember the box of dubbed martial arts tapes that one of your mother's work friends smuggled in for you when he came to visit in '79? 8 armed man, death fist, iron pedal, combat. Oh no, 1 through 5. Grasshopper in hell and dude army. You watched Iron Pedal so many times you could recite her lines, practice her moves, cheer her to victory against her nemesis, Johnny Chasm. How did he sound again? I do as I do, unthwartable schemes forever. Indeed. So we're just imagining his voice. Secret sources, knowledge denied. Where else would it get this stuff? Contradiction shrugged upon. The geysers of his nostrils erupt with curiosity. A curse. Take it with you, no trade. Yes, Challenger enters, commence an economic combat. He wriggles his toes, drawing your attention to the pile of miscellaneous objects atop which he stands. Tourist trinkets, veterinary tools, a detached bicycle wheel, brightly colored soft drink cans. It looks like a dinosaur rampaged through a shopping mall, and this is its dung. Would you have thought it king as a crown? Look for wolf cubs. Buried among the pile, you spot your prize. The wolf's face is nearly covered by a dark, sweeping mane. She's dressed for battle in jeweled armor, but her snout is stretched in a yawn. On the side of the cup, in curling letters, Dream Wolf. Tears gather at the corner of her green eyes. She lives in a dream, things that are remembered, things imagined, things that have never been. In her dreams, grief is a distant star. I guess we can't trade it just yet because we're in the demo. I've noticed a lot of things kind of just cut off because they probably just don't want you to progress farther into the thing than they want. A sneer waves impressively across his jagged lips. He rummages into his pile of stuff and brings out a paper hat folded into a peak. Symbolism unnecessary. Monarchy absolute. Apart from shame. Okay, you didn't have to do that. You just raised my fatigue. Even the cutest and most dreadful of eyes can see how you drench yourself in remorse. He closes one eye to consider you carefully before lifting a strappy leather harness from its collection. Dynamic yet functionless. See, I can't trade with him at all yet. Amass increasingly desirable objects. You're talking to a monkey. You're going to have to ask specific questions if you want helpful answers. Cigs, booze, drugs. Shiny containers reveled in. Contents ignored. Only most premium goods desired. How are we supposed to know what a monkey thinks premium means, though? Clothes? Legs and head unadorned. Alpha face gear admired. It's like glasses. You want a toy? Monkey want to play? I'm not... Everyone is bad at everything, yet to find worthy companion. Is it a companion that he's looking for? Do we go get him the boar? Do we go get him the boar? Upon a short while only, I grow impatient. Flimsily diadem desired. I'm not giving him the wolf cup. I'll give him my coat. There is no rain in the realm. He glances at the ceiling, eyebrows twitching. No rain. I'm not giving him my coat. Why not my coat? I'm not giving him my cup. It's just turns is made for me. You're puny, prove yourself. I'm not doing that. King of Trade, I desire the wolf cup. I'm not giving this guy the cup. What did we say this? I shouldn't have said that, damn it. Fragile foe, puny beseecher. The monkey stares you down. His adorably well-fitting shirt does nothing to tamper the threat. Prove it in a skirmish of value. Oh wait, what's this? Oh. Let's go back up. How do I see what's this? Oh, there you go. Okay, we need to see... Okay. We need to bring a flashlight to be able to see anything in
the
here.
shutter lock open from the inside and slip out into Portofino.
Oh! Oh, okay. Let's just go ahead to the final thing then.
The steel door to Tempo's office is before you. Faint oxidation halos bloom across it, like algae on a sunken wreck. No response. There's still no response. A whisper beyond the doorframe. Ripples of frozen air, a shattered seal. 7 people stare through a window as an unseen hand taps at the glass. It's locked. Still locked, somewhat inevitably. Show it who's boss. Silence from the other side. You get no answer. No twitch or shuffle behind the metal. But you get an impression of the room. A vibration. Somewhere between crime scene and radioactive accident. It's a standard lock. Pickable by the right hands. The right hands would be holding tools for lock-picking. No answer. Silence. A brief tremor runs through the metal, but it doesn't budge. Humans dominate doors every day. Hurl this one back down the pecking order. Stop. Don't enter. Don't break this seal. This doesn't have to be yours. Mercy kill this door.
Wonder what happens.
One well-placed kick. Cascade is back.
That was a red check, so I can't do this again. So how do I get in here?
Immediately awkward. Should have used the other foot. You hear the collision, but don't feel it. About to hurt very badly. Neurons firing their way down your leg like dominoes. 3, 2, 1. Fortunately, you kicked the door right on the handle. because your shit kick broke it, and the lock is now dead.
Oh, he's dead already. Damn. The air around you hums. This is a spy's death. Unlike a normal crime scene, not just motives and victim. Everything glows in the dark, an echo of a fairy tale, tracing of black magic. Somebody? No hope. Far too much blood. Update. Asset taxman was unknown, now zeroed out. Multiple assailants. Going by the footprints, a brief struggle, then the inevitable. At the start, at least, this was not a clean hit. Tempa had never begged for anything in his life. The words felt unnatural. Covered in blood and spit, the coke long faded. An odd fit for his last. Stop, please. I don't want to die. But it left as a warning. The aftermath of a forbidden ritual. The blood is curdled and cracked, the color of old brick a week ago, maybe more. Pseudopod was chasing a ghost. The way espionage crises always go. People collide in slow motion, gripping the outer edges, half blind, bodies mount, telephones ring. And through all this disconcerting sense that every person you cross knows more than you. Mere minutes into the match, an away crowd are silenced by a stark scoreboard. Enemies 2, Cascade 0. All treaties are hereby denounced. Prepare for an open war. A jagged mouth pressed against the phone receiver. It's Cascade or nothing. And you tell her, if you pull this one off, all will be forgiven. Sorted shipping manifests and other forms forgotten underfoot.
A layer of dust covers the desk, along with a grey notebook, an electronic terminal, and a golden photo frame. In the middle of it rests an eye, accompanied by a teardrop, shaped out of a fine white powder. Next to the frame is an eye with a long single teardrop, shaped out of a fine white powder. The unmistakable symbol of the weeping eye, the secret police of Lelou's. It's soft and ringed. The word accounts is written across the top in black marker. A thicket of serial numbers, dates, columns and rows cover the pages top to bottom, along with shorthand references to accounts, both incomes and outgoings. As you flip through, 2 sets of handwriting emerge from the sheets. One matches the title accounts on the front, while the other is tidier and appears only in the very last entries. The first set of handwriting dates back years, the sloppy all capitals which must belong to Tempo. The second, newer set appearing about a week ago is an elaborate looping cursive. Some of the eyes have hearts instead of dots. Boring, boring, boring. A list of names, titles and compensation. One of the rows has been firmly crossed out, and payments seem to have stopped a few weeks ago. Ignatz. It doesn't ring a bell. Rent, utilities and other minor operating costs, including travel. Multiple instances of round-trip tickets between Portofino and Acuerda La Luz. Acuerda, a coastal city of the illuminated empire's mainland. A corrupt commercial centre functioning as the launch pad for Lusian goods, directed at the developed world. You avert your gaze. The pale screen reads Miwa Terminal Model 4 and displays a directory. It is far more futuristic than anything your peasant eyes have ever seen.
Okay. Definitely this is the narrator's voice. They have cut this out, not like in the sense of they've completely removed it from the game, I don't think. But they've cut it to where you can't view this in the demo. So I think the I think the raspy voice was kind of a rough draft. And then I think this one is kind of what they settled on. And I think the raspier voice is gonna be for like certain skills. I think so. That's kind of just how it feels. Because again, I've noticed only this girl talking more, or at least I think it's the same voice actor, but again, just in a different cadence.
The crying powder eye stares at you. It's either a warning related to the world historical information you're here for, or...
I accidentally clicked it, man. I'm so sad. Oh my god.
The finger looks like a pale tram carriage, covered by late autumn snow, about to arrive at the station. Cocaine, the original power plant. Herschel, no. It tingles on the tip of your tongue. It prances underneath your lips, keeps you cool. It's cocaine. The eye on the photo frame is no longer weeping. As you turn the frame around, dust falls and a blade of light momentarily obliterates the row of faces presented. Inside your stomach, a family of spiders start crawling up towards your throat.
I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know. I don't know.
Fuck. Rising from the damp cellars of regret. Taxman. Estoc. Virtue. Radiant. Kindred.
Kindred looks cool. Kindred and Estoc.
Holocene. Known to the opera as the whole sick crew. Unknown to you as those friends you left to die 5 years ago. You abandoned them. They were counting on you, but you only thought of yourself. You scared, selfish little cunt. Do you smell the crippling failure oozing from your skin? Do you feel the secret knowledge of your aching shame pulsing in your skull? You slip the photo out of the frame, into your pocket.
Same old assets have sentimental tendencies, much to the detriment of their life. He wanted to keep you all around. Should have caught that tram. Dang, I'm starting to like Herschel's character a lot more. I think I'm starting to understand her a lot more. And I think she's starting to kind of fit in. I think she's really cool. I will say though, like even now though, the aspects of her being like talking about like aliens or some shit, still I don't understand. Every now and then they throw something in like that in there, and I'm like, I still don't understand why you're throwing that in there. I think everything else, she seems like a very, I don't know how to put it. Yeah, I don't know how to put it. I don't know how to put it. But her basically saying stuff about like aliens or anything spooky shit in quotations, I still don't get yet. But kind of just like the normal serious stuff was really good. Like, should have caught that tram. Did I really leave these people behind?
Yes.
Some memories warp and bend with handling, but not this one. Dissimulate and dissociate all you like. It doesn't change anything. Controller knows best. 5 years ago, the weeping eye took you apart. Now they're back to pick the bones. The goal difference after the previous outing: enemies 7, Cascade 0. Count today's set piece, and you're on 9-0. That's the regulation zone. The manager's position is in jeopardy. Under your heart, a tug. The window to your right. Did someone see you come in here? Darkened, grease-stained glass, only faint shapes visible beyond.
You step to the window, beyond which the bazaar spreads slightly obscured behind a fog of grime and dust. You gather up your sleeve and exhale onto the window, where your breath reveals a clear handprint in the dust. You raise your hand and place it gently onto the memory of his, but once there you see that you completely obscure it. The print is smaller than your own. Someone else has been using this office more recently than Tempo. Across the canal is the district of Lower Viewdust, a haggling mess of slums, continually sprouting from the defunct ruins of itself. You watch the denizens of Portofino as they hum about their routines. Just like the former overseers of Silk Number 3, standing at this window, studying the movements of the dye workers, looking for signs of disturbance. Or signs of the revolutionary consciousness organizing itself. Lost in your musings.
An unusual shape breaks the pattern. A man, sliding between the stalls, glancing up at the office, too much and too often. A failed attempt at concealment. The man from the Photoshop, the weeping eyes errand boy, the seedy little oddity. A possible cover. Something flashy to distract from something ugly.
Known to the opera as the whole sick crew.
Nice bug. Lose him in the bazaar, turn its layout against him. Okay, yeah, this is definitely the last thing. Oh, this music. This is sick. No, run down here. It clicks somewhere inside, the world slopes. A sudden... Oh, do you hear this? A sudden release of epinephrine into the bloodstream. Danger there. The two of you lock eyes. He cradles something within his coat. Fear, gun, move. The time to act is now. Oh, this is sick. Evaluate, advance, avoid. Wait, let's evaluate. Two paths are before you. Go straight or go down. Engage functional invincibility and waltz right out in front of his eyes. Functional invincibility. Become translucent. Refract light. Hide in plain sight. So-called advanced cognitive maneuvers are not officially recognized by the Opera and Bureau, but rumors of their success have spread far and wide. If I click this, does it immediately put me in? Let's see. Please don't. Okay, no. 27% chance to avoid him. I can't exert it though. Make it 52. Let's go back. Advance. 91%. Let's do this. Let's just do this. Please, please, please. Not double ones. Not double. Okay, we're good. Your opponent looks this way, then that. Oh my god, this music. He thought he saw his target, but there's no one there. Just nondescript masses going about their business. Atoms shiver as you pass through them. He turns his head in your direction. Look him straight in the eye. His gaze glides over you, frictionless. Your form may flicker, but keep focused on the disguise will hold. And the disguise will hold. The exit is in sight, tantalizingly close. And so is he. You hear the whine of a 50cc engine. A small tuk-tuk appears in your peripheral vision. Dude, this is so fucking good. Holy shit. Oh, she looks sick. Mysterious teenage girl. Yo-yo opera cunt. This way. Let's assess. A teenage in a tuk-tuk called you a cunt. They may be an ally. You may not have a choice. Let's look. Your cloak of indifference holds. You don't know her, but she seems to know you. Okay. Dude, look at the art. Oh my god. Invincibility. We could continue go. I kind of want to do this though. Charge your pursuer. I mean, this is cool. Can I save? Can I save? This might be stupid. What would happen? Actually, I have yet to like genuinely fail something. Like, this is cool as shit. Oh wait. Wait. What do I need? Coordination. Can I do it? I can't do it in the middle. Ah, it makes sense why you can't do it in the middle, because that'd be kind of fucked, but... fuck it. Who cares? Yes! Yes, I get... Okay, what is... Do we just start beating on this guy? Oh no, okay, we just push that motherfucker down. Let's dip. Oh, it continues. Your body crackles with electricity as you batter your foe into submission. Did I kill him? No, I didn't. But I'm gonna say it, did I? You just knocked the wind out of him. He won't be doing any street photography for a while. Hell yeah. Reality calls you back to action. The tuk-tuk bleeds its horn. Come on, time to move. The man's hand slips out of his coat. He grips the camera tightly to himself. Oh man. The sounds of the bazaar recede as the tuk-tuk disappears down a side street and races toward an uncertain future. At the bottom of an old rocket silo, a man in an eccentric bathrobe awaits for someone to save him from his own thoughts. In an unmoored houseboat, windows lit with strobing lights, a bearded man prepares one more to sacrifice his body for the sake of prophecy. In the auditorium of a decrepit movie theater, a young woman staves off asleep with a continual drip of artificial dreams. Oh! Holy shit! Holy shit! That was sick. I hope there's like a lot more sequences like that in the game. If so, oh my god. Oh my god, I hope they're not rare. Because one of the beautiful things of like Disco Elysium was the tribunal scene, right? Like everybody, when they think of Disco Elysium, it's probably the tribunal scene. Because it's like the climax of everything that you've done. I don't want to say it was the same feeling that I got from the tribunal scene, but that was really, really, really good. That was sick. Man, it's so unfortunate how this game will end up to be. I think it's kind of a fact, not really, of what most likely will happen with Zom in this game. At least how I think this game will go down. I have said this previously, but a big majority of the people who will be playing this will be pirating it, which would be a very high percentage, and because of that, the dwindling of like financial sales will captivate the minds of the fucking investors, and the investors, to keep their pockets as big as they can be, will just lay off as much employees as they can. And the people who will feel the effect of the unadulterated hate that people currently have for Zom, that is, in my opinion, a little belligerent of they're just attacking everything. They're attacking the employees, they're attacking the voice actors, the writers, the artists. Like, everything is on stage and everyone is throwing tomatoes. But the unfortunate part is the people that they're throwing the tomatoes at are behind them, also watching you throw the tomatoes at the people. So unfortunately, this game will most likely release. It will have mostly negative reviews. It will have 60% of people who pirate it. And you will see a huge, massive layoff of Zom employees. I believe that is truly how this game will turn out to be. Now, the demo for me was phenomenal. I know it's subjective to say. I really enjoyed the demo, and I really think this is like the blueprints of this game is fantastic. Obviously, there's like a lot of things they could tweak. They really need to finalize who their narrator voice is. They need to finalize a lot of the writing, and they need to make sure that there is zero bugs in the game, zero typos. There cannot be a singular thing amiss. If there's a singular thing that is amiss, that just gives another person a reason to dogpile this game. And even if they do a perfect release, and even if they make a game that is as good as it can possibly be, no matter what, the name will always, always, always overshadow the greatness of what these artists can do. Which sucks. And I can understand if you feel as like if you played this and you genuinely didn't like it, I understand. But the reason as to why it's so in your face currently with kind of how the hate is being perceived is due to Zom's controversy. Which again is completely understandable. I understand doing everything that people are doing. I understand it is such a despicable thing that has happened to its creators. But it's just a double-edged sword. And unfortunately, the shareholders just get to sit and laugh. The people who truly caused the downfall of Zom and hurt the people of the original creation of Disco Elysium, all they get to do is just laugh. I think that's it, though. I will be playing Estorek. Oh shit! How do I? It's so hard to say. Estorek Ebb. That's another game that looks extremely phenomenal. It also has heavy inspirations from Disco Elysium, Torment, like RPGs alike. And it looks genuinely intriguing. And I think it might not be on the level of Disco Elysium, but I do generally think that it will probably hold its own place. I think Disco Elysium will always have its own section, Torment will always have its own section, and I think Esoteric Ebb will also have another thing of holding its own section. Because I think Esoteric Ebb has really, really, really good potential. Esoteric Ebb, if you haven't heard about it, check that out. If you, again, really despise Zom and everything they've done, and you just really don't want to touch this, Esoteric Ebb. Go check out Esoteric Ebb. And if you liked Esoteric Ebb, that's awesome. I think that game looks phenomenal. Another game is Rue Valley. I will say, though, if I were to rate Rue Valley, it started off at a maybe at a 7 out of 10 to almost an 8 out of 10. It was a really, like, the start of that game is magnificent. And then it slowly dwindles, and the firewood of that game just slowly evaporates and dishevels into just ash. And the game unfortunately goes from like this 8 out of 10 beautiful game to just like a 6. Like just the hardest 6 ever. A lot of the mechanics become repetitive. The story starts to get a little repetitive. It starts to just, like, it does a completely 180. But even so, I would say that that game is good. A lot of people are hearing me say 6 out of 10. Immediately just went, no, I'm not playing that shit. But a 6 out of 10 is, it's above mediocre. I don't understand this whole thing of, if it's not above a 8, then the game's shit. Like, I don't understand 8 means mediocre, 9 means good, and 10 means fantastic. 5 is mediocre, 6 is above average, 7 is good, 8 is fantastic, 9 is beautiful, and 10 is perfect. That's kind of how I see my rating system, and I think that's how rating systems should be. I don't understand, just everything nowadays is a 7 or an 8. I've never seen anything either get lower than that unless it's widely agreed upon that it is just shit. And when it is widely agreed upon, it's below 5. And I've never seen anything above a 7 or 8 when it's widely agreed upon that it's better than a 7 or an 8. But I'm just getting on to stupid shit. This was fantastic. I do hope that the full game is extremely good. I hope that it could come out in the best way that it possibly can. Man, even if the game comes out in the best way, it's just like, you just can't trust Zom, you know? You give them another beautiful piece of art that they could just steal. Okay, I've been yapping for too long. If you made it this far, thank you. I would genuinely love to hear like thoughts about this game, what you think. If you think the voice actor is bad, tell me why. If you think the writing's bad, tell me why. I genuinely do want to know. I think, like, at least give a reasoning. I would really love to see people's actual reason as to why versus just calling something shit. I did see a lot of... Okay, I can't keep going. I was going to say I did see a lot of people call it like a word salad-y very game, and I could understand that. I could very much understand that. Kind of just the use of big words just to use them. Or trying to sound like philosophical just to sound philosophical, but I think a lot of times that it does fit, and a lot of times that it doesn't. But again, I feel like this is just an extremely, like, early build. This feels very early. The narrator's voice is, like, so wishy-washy. They don't know which direction they should go with it. That's why I think this is an early build. At first I thought they just weren't close to being done with the game, to now that I think this is just an early build that they've kind of had in their back pocket, and they just kind of threw it out there. Just be like, here, try it out. Music, that also sounds beautiful. Whoever did the music for this game has just fired on all cylinders and just banger. Just an extreme banger. The pluses I give this game: art style. Some of the writing is like generally really good, like especially in that that final scene that I was doing. Oh my god, like the atoms, that was awesome. That was awesome. The art is good. I already said the music. I think the world design is good. I think a lot of the UI is good. Like how you map it. Like, it's very smart. Very smart of how they went of how to show that you are a spy with kind of like the, unless I've read it too much into it, with like the book scrapping and the collage kind of stuff. But there are way more pluses, and there's definitely a lot of negatives. Typos, bugs, the voice log isn't fully done. The narrator, they don't know which way to go. There's just a lot. There's a lot. So this game's definitely not perfect. But again, it's also not the worst thing I've ever played in my life, especially a game that's striving to fit in its own section. when a game, especially a game after Disco Elysium, that everyone is currently building off of. But again, that's it. If you made it this far, thank you. If you have anything that you want to say, I'm more than love to hear it. I don't even, honestly, at this point, I don't even care if it's hate. I just generally want to hear people's thoughts. Because I don't see a lot of it, but when I do see a lot of it, it is just kind of like just fuck you guys. Even fuck the custodian while they're at it, you know what I mean? But again, thank you.